Welcome, everyone. It is Tuesday, May 6th, and just after 2 p.m. In the absence of the chair, as the clerk, I'll just call this meeting to order. And the first order of business is just to pass a resolution to go in camera, and then we'll resume at approximately 4 p.m. back in open session. So if I could get a motion for the in-camera resolution, moved by Councillor Dabrowski and seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? And that is unanimous based on who we have here present, and we'll reconvene at approximately 4 p.m. Thank you.
Everybody, welcome. Welcome to tonight's, I got it. Welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, May the 6th. We just concluded our in-camera meeting, so we're back out and open. And as we always start off our council meetings with the singing of the national anthem. And today we do have none other than Sandy Bird, one of our regular singers here, and she's kind enough to sing for us. So I'm going to first read a little intro, and then we'll ask Sandy to the podium to sing for us. Once again, we're pleased to welcome Sandy Bird back. Sandy's a member of our Accessibility Committee and has been since the 70s. Having her today is timely because the Accessibility Declaration is coming before City Council later today during the council meeting. Sandy has tirelessly been involved in bettering the community for decades. She was integral in bringing Niagara Charavan to life. She always reminds me whenever we have any concerns or issues with Charavan, even though the city no longer is involved directly, but she always brings me and tunes me up on what's going on. She's volunteered with the Winter Festival of Lights. She currently represents Niagara Falls through her work with the ODA, Ontario with Disabilities Act. And
correction, sir.
Oh, what's the correction? What did I get wrong?
AODA.
You know what's funny? We did this last time too. And I wondered because it's Ontario, not Disability Act, it's Ontario what? No, it's AO, Accessibility. Help me, somebody.
Accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities.
Okay, there you go. Is that right, Sandy? Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the insight. I'm going to make a note here. I hope my staff are listening, and they'll make note for the next time you sing. Sandy loves to sing. She's been active in choirs for 65 years. Did I get that one right, Sandy? 65 years. She loves singing at her own church, Holy Trinity in Chippewa. Please welcome Sandy Bird once again to sing the national anthem. Oh yeah, you can clap ahead.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all lives that's command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
So, Sandy, on behalf of all of us, thank you for being here to sing. You do a wonderful job. You put everything into it. Makes us proud to be Canadian. Thank you. All right. Well done, Sandy. Thank you. All right. It's all down here from here, folks. All downhill from here. Next up is our Land Acknowledgement and Traditional Indigenous Meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who is Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani bonjour, kwe sego bonjour. Naliko panadijna kaz makwadoram nimkidoram nagradonjaban meti agompun kwayandao. My spirit name is She Whose Is in the Center. My French English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I'm Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and I'm from the Niagara region, and I'm also a Métis with Nipissing Algonquin roots. So as we begin your day today, I would like to share Indigenous ways of knowing and values on how to live with our kin in the natural world, and of course with one another. This way we can bring our minds together and start in a very positive and good way. In our culture, we teach that every decision that we make today, be it personal, governmental, corporate, that we must consider the impact it will have on the next 7 generations, the impact that it will have on our grandchildren's great-grandchildren. So we strive for living Mino Bimatsuan, to live a good life, to be in balance with all life forces, to live a life that matters. It's about living from the heart and leading with love. It's about seeing, listening, and feeling and speaking and acting with basically positive intentions and never with self-serving reasons. Humanity, the Creator, gave all creations gifts to share amongst each other. Humanity also reminds us that with those gifts come major responsibilities. And our first responsibility is that one of gratitude. Gratitude for all life-sustaining gifts Mother Earth provides for us. She is our greatest role model, one who unwaveringly demonstrates generosity and gratitude every single day without ever asking anything in return. We as humans have to learn from our older and wiser relatives. We need to be reminded on a regular basis that our very own existence lies in the gifts of others in the natural world. We must give thanks to all our relations, and by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It teaches us that we have our own responsibilities, and that we also have to understand that what is done to one part of the web of life, it has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we apply this philosophy to our workplace, home, or self, we are actively taking care of the next 7 generations. And we're doing that with love, generosity, and gratitude. So now, I would say that our minds are together as one, and have a wonderful day. Chinigwich.
We're grateful together for the land that we share. Thank you, Michelle Elise Burnett. Moving along, I am looking for a motion to adopt the minutes from the April 8th council meeting. Moved by Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Coco. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Looking for disclosures of pecuniary interest. Do we have any conflicts? Councillor Patel. Is there anything else that has conflicts?
Just give me one.
Yeah, no problem. We're just going to stare at you, make you feel uncomfortable.
I got a conflict with PBD 2026.
Microphone, please, Councilor.
I got a conflict with PBD 25-26. My spouse works at the place that's applicant.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other disclosures? Councillor Kerrio.
Thank you, Worship. On 2025-052, where we're declaring Bossert Road surplus, and 2025-053, the permanent closing of the same road.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. MW 2025-11, it's a surface treatment program budget amendment, and my parents live on one of the roads that are scheduled for surface treatment.
All right. And then we'll just hand in any written declarations of conflict of interest to our clerk. So moving along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting is the mayor's reports and announcements. That's a joke. It's not everyone's favorite part of the meeting. First off, we offer our obituary and our sympathy to the family of for Joyce Babel, mother of Paula Babel, retired city employee. Birthdays, on a brighter note, we celebrate Tony Baldinelli, city councilor. His birthday is going to be Thursday, 15th. Happy birthday, yes, oh yeah. Also, Tiffany Clerk, our Director of Finance, on Sunday. So happy birthday, Tiffany Clerk, as well, yes, of course. We don't normally clap, but okay, thank you, everybody, that's nice. Events and acknowledgements. We did have Comedy for Kidneys, which is a fundraiser for kidney dialysis and whatnot at the Greg Fruin Theater I know, I believe, Councillor Patel, were you there, Councillor Patel? Yeah, you were there as well. Yep, Councillor Patel. Also, community Easter egg hunts. We actually had 3. Oh yeah, there's all the lineup. 3 this year. The big one, of course, is Fireman's Park. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Uestag. And then that's our parking crew, all of our crossing guards helping with the parking crew. Great fundraiser for Project Share. And we also had, on the Saturday, we had Easter egg hunts at Canada One Factory Outlet and the Niagara Falls Soccer Club at Mitchelson Park. So we did have some nice turnouts, a lot of happy kids. Earth Day tree planting, we did have that at Birchway, Niagara. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Pietrangelo, Baldinelli, and Strange as we planted some trees, believe it or not, a birch tree at Birchway. So what a coincidence that was. For those of you that enjoy Super Sata Night at Club Italia, the annual tradition, I was joined by, I think, most of council. So I know Councillor Patel was there. Just kind of give me a hand here, guys, if you're there. Councillor Strange, Newestag, Pietrangelo, pardon me?
Everyone was there.
Was everybody there? Oh, everybody, okay. All of council was there.
Tony sent the Super Sunday.
He sent it in, okay, all right. It was good, the other Tony, okay. Well, good to have everybody from council there, a lot of fun, great event. Blessing ceremony, we just had this past weekend at the Buddhist temple, which just finally opened after being closed since COVID. I was joined by Councillor Lococo for the grand reopening of 10,000 Buddhas on River Road. You remember that as the old Motorville at one time. It's interesting, they built it there on River Road because that's where the falls were apparently 2,000 years ago. So every place they open, they've got symbolism behind it. And they're building one right now in Peterborough, a very large one out in Peterborough they were talking about. The Niagara Jazz Festival had their launch yesterday at Taps on Queen Street. I was joined by Councillors Lococo and Patel, and this is going to be an exciting event. Check out the lineup, including performances at Oaks Garden and around the region, sponsored by TD. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of great jazz. Council representation, I'd like to thank Councillor Pietrangelo for representing the city at the Volunteer Firefighter Appreciation Banquet. Councillor Strange for representing the city at the ham giveaway at Camiso's. I'd like to thank Councillor Newestag for representing the city at the flag raising for parental alienation and also the grand opening of Nerd Herder. I'd like to thank Councillor, no, I didn't pick councillors that I thought would fit the name, no, I did not. Councillor Lococo for representing the city at the Adopt a Road DSNDP Road Cleanup Initiative. What was that, DS, did I get that right or is that the right acronym? Councillor Lococo?
It's a very long name. Maybe Councillor Patel could help with it. I don't have it spelt out.
Okay.
It was in...
We'll leave it there.
Yes, sorry.
Also, the Justice for Black Lives bench unveiling. Thank you, Councillor Lococo. Councillor Patel for representing the city at the spring dinner party hosted by Gujarati Society of Niagara. And also, Councillor Newestag, did you not represent the city at the event in front of City Hall? Who represented the city? Was that you, Councillor Pietrangelo? It's Councillor Pietrangelo. Oh, from the yeah, Day of Mourning.
Yeah, Day of Mourning.
Are we missing that? Okay. And thank you for representing the city at the Day of Mourning in front of City Hall. Grand openings. So we just had the opening of Cannabis Cupboard. I was joined by Councillors Dabrowski and Newestag as we opened that up on Dunn Street. Also, Meraki by Jay. I was joined by Councillor Patel for the opening of this studio on Queen Street, inside the old CIBC upstairs. Also, the Biri Aniwala. I was joined by Councillor Patel. The opening, that's the old Queen Bean in the Elgin building on Queen Street. Also, a lot of people were thrilled and a big turn up for the opening of Moody's Bakery reopening, who have been on Queen Street since 1935, 90 years. So they've reopened and they sold out of almost everything that day. So really happy people to see Moody's back on Queen. We had the opening of TL Nail and Spa on Morrison behind the Tim Hortons. I was joined by Councillors Newestag and Pietrangelo for their grand opening. There I was getting a pedicure. That's right, a manicure. I mean, Manny, not a petty. Also flag raisings. We just had the Polish Constitution Day at the Rosberg flagpoles. I was joined by Councillors Dabrowski, Lococo, Patel, and Baldinelli. Is that everybody? I didn't miss any. And Councillor Strange. Councillor Strange, thank you for that. Also, did I get? Yeah, Dabrowski, I got you. You're the first one. And also the Children's Mental Health Awareness Week. That was in front of the Rosberg Plaza as well, as joined by Councillor Patel. Next meeting, Tuesday, May the 27th. Thank you for all of council helping carry the load of all the events that we have throughout the city. Next up, we have a special presentation that we're going to do out front of the horseshoe here. Thank you. I feel like, remember the Donnie and Marie show? Yeah.
Tell us about it.
A comedian that's just not funny. I'm not going to bother. So what I'd like to do now, I'd like to call up our Deputy Fire Chief, and let me start by telling you a little bit about it. Regarding a rescue in Niagara Falls at Dorchester Road and Casey Street. Today's presentation is unique as it honors J.T. Mills, who's not only a citizen stepping into action, also happens to be a City of Niagara Falls employee. I'm going to now pass the floor over to Deputy Chief Ken Henry to come and join me, who's going to share more about the incident and enlighten us as to what happened and what actions took place. Deputy? And remember, the deputies do all the work, right? So the chief's away. We don't know where he is, but the deputy's here working. Here you go, Deputy.
Thank you, Your Worship. We call JT up. Your Worship and City Council, honored guests. The Fire Chief typically presents a Fire Chief's coin, and unfortunately, Fire Chief Zambito could not be here this evening due to a personal family matter. I am Deputy Chief Ken Henry, and I am honored to share this Chief's Coin presentation with you. On Thursday, March 13th, J.T. Mills, a municipal works employee at the City of Niagara Falls, was headed back to the yard when he came upon a scene on Dorchester Road and Casey Street. He noticed a man laying on the ground with people standing over him. He assumed the man was hurt, so he parked his truck to see if there was anything he could do to help. It is important to note that not only is JT a municipal works employee, but he has also been a volunteer firefighter for more than 8 years and is currently the District Deputy Chief at Station 4 in Chippewa. JT approached the man laying on the ground and noticed his vital signs were absent, and he immediately started CPR. His co-worker called 911 and held the phone so JT could provide the dispatcher with medical details while doing compressions. A slight pulse was detected and the man started to breathe. However, once again, the vital signs became absent and JT reinstated another round of CPR until EMS arrived. At this point, EMS started assisted breathing along with our Station 3 fire crew. By the time JT left the scene, the patient had a strong pulse, was breathing on his own, and sitting up. Although we are unaware of the patient's outcome, JT went above and beyond to save someone's life that day. Once the man was in the ambulance, JT returned to work at the Municipal Works Yard and continued his day as if nothing unusual had happened. In addition to being a volunteer firefighter, JT is also a member of the Chippewa Volunteer Firefighters Association and helps coach kids baseball, to name a few. The Fire Chief's coin, a symbol of honor and recognition, is not awarded lightly. It is presented to citizens, visitors, or staff who have demonstrated an act of bravery or outstanding service within our community. This is an incredible story of quick thinking and knowledge of what needed to be done to help a man in medical distress. We are so grateful and proud of JT for helping a complete stranger and demonstrating a selfless act in a critical situation. Thank you, JT, for helping to keep our community safe.
And just before everybody goes away, as I mentioned earlier, because JT is a City of Niagara Falls employee, I'm going to call up our Chief Administrative Officer, CAO Jason Burgess, who's going to offer a gesture as well.
The scouting report on JT isn't like a lot of attention, and so instead of calling him back for another one, we said we double dip on this one. So we have a program called the Gold Star Employee, and it's given to employees who go above and beyond. Obviously, in this case, what JT did that day, saving a person's life, is well above and beyond. There's a small token in there in the card, and thanks for everything you did. Make him do the speech.
I just said, JT, is there anything you'd like to say? He said, I got to get to training. So we'll let him go. Thank you, JT. Big hand for JT. Thank you.
He made up the training.
Yeah, no, I know. There's no training. All right. Okay, next up, 6.2, for those of you following along on the agenda, Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. We have a presentation and a noise bylaw exemption request. I'd like to call up on behalf of the Ontario Festival of Culture, Arts and Sports, Eileen Tinio-Hein, if she'd like to come to the microphone and maybe fill us in a little bit on what is going on this August.
Thank you, Mayor Jim, members of City Council and staff. It's been 4 years since the first time we stood here to present the first Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza, and I guess time flies when you're having fun. That first year, there were 5 cities across Ontario, across Canada, that celebrated the Fiesta Extravaganza, and we had a very successful event with over 4,000 people. In 2023, there were 7 cities across Canada that participated, and so Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza decided to make it a 2-day event, which of course was again a very successful 2 days. Last year, there were 9 cities across Canada that joined in, and again, we had about 10,000 people attending our festival in 2 days. So this year, 2025, we're expecting a lot. We're getting inquiries about accommodations, so I know it's going to be a very busy year, a very busy event. And it is actually on Saturday, August 2nd, and Sunday, August 3rd for this year. So we would like to invite, of course, members of our City Council and staff and the residents of Niagara Falls to participate and join us in the festivities of this year's Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. And I'd like to present Riza, who is with Offcast.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor Giuliatti and this team, member of Niagara City Council. On behalf of Offcast, Ontario Festival Culture, Arts and Sports, and as a chairman of Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza, I would like again to extend our warmest invitation to everyone to come and visit once again for this festival. And we are so excited for this time as we probably are bringing something new to the community. And yeah, we are excited to the family-friendly event again. Okay, we would be honored by everyone's presence, Special Mayor Jim Diodati, and members of the City Council to attend and enjoy the festivities this summer. In light of what was an unfortunate event, tragic accident in Vancouver, the Lapu-Lapu Festival, we are prioritizing public safety. As such, we kindly request the city support in the following areas, like the traffic management assistance, provision of barricades for crowd and vehicle control, crossing guards or traffic officers, if available, to ensure the pedestrian safety, of course. And we want everyone to be safe in this summer event. And of course, the event promotion to support the festival, Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza through the city's official website and social media channels to maximize community awareness and engagement. Again, we would like to thank everyone, and we are excited to see everyone again and join with us this summer. And I have Gerald with me here.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for supporting us for the past few years. Without the City Council's help and the Mayor's office, we could have not done it. And we're just one correction with the dates that were in here. It's supposed to be Saturday and Sunday, August 2nd and August 3rd. And my only job here is just moral support, just to make sure that 11 o'clock is extended for us for those days. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we're going to, maybe first, if there's any questions of you've got the fan, the Filipino fan, Councillor Newestag.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank you for your presentation, and I'm proud to support your festival. And everything it brings to our community, culture, connection, and celebration. And I'm also grateful that we are able to provide a space, given the recent tragedy of that street festival, that we have a fireman's park, and it just, when you see those things, that it just reminds us how lucky we are that we're able to host celebrations like this in a fairly safe park. And I appreciate your concern about added safety, because we certainly don't want any other tragedies. So I'd like to put a motion that we would do whatever we can to enhance the safety and make sure everybody enjoys and goes home safe.
Including the noise bylaw exemption.
And most importantly, yeah.
Exactly.
Not most importantly, but yes, that was the first, and then the
Seconded by
rest.
Councillor Coco. Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Patel and Councillor Kerrio.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for presentation, and I'm already looking forward to the next festival, because we always have a great time. Everybody has great time, and the best part is you always make us dance. So that's that's the best part, isn't it? And this year, I think you're missing Councillor Strange's birthday. Usually, it always falls on August 4th. So this year, we are missing the birthday. And I agree with the Councillor Newstake that we should give you any support that you require, and with the social media help, and also the noise bylaw. What I would say is maybe you can connect with Kathy, Miss Moldenhauer, and maybe you can deal with what logistics are needed to work with the safety and the crossing guards. So I think Kathy will be happy to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Councillor Kerrio.
Just second the motion.
Oh, you're second. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Any other comments to the motion? Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so you've been unanimously supported by council as usual, and noted the days, because we had different days in our agenda. So Saturday, August 2nd, and Sunday, August 3rd. Okay, we're looking forward to it. We'll look forward to helping promote the event and being at the event.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, for those of you following along, we are in the planning portion of our meeting. I'm going to call upon our city clerk, Mr. Madsen, to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Thanks, Your Worship. Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to commit the conversion of an existing motel to 96 dwelling units and the construction of a new 6-story building containing 42 residential apartment units at 7701 Lundy's Lane. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 2nd, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now call on Nick De Benedetti, our Planner 2, to provide the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Good evening, Council, Your Worship. We're here to discuss official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2024-032. The applicant is Ontario Inc., Cyrus Gata, and the agent is Ethan Lehman from Upper Canada Consultants. And the proposal is to increase the permitted density and to rezone the subject lands to facilitate the conversion of existing motel to 96 dwelling units and the construction of a new 6-story building containing 42 residential units for a total of 138, located at 7701 Lundy's Lane. So this gives us a neighborhood perspective, and we're located here right in this area at the corner of Lundy's Lane and Beaver Dams, where the wedding chapel is currently. Across the street, there's Michelangelo's. We're at the corner, just up here on Montrose, and then going west around Lundy's Lane over here. And this gives us a closer view, the shape of the motel and that is being converted. Again, at the intersection there are Beaver Dams and Lundy's Lane, with additional motels across the street, commercial area in this location and at the corner. So background information. The subject property is designated tourist commercial and is located in the Lundy's Lane intensification corridor in the city's official plan. Subject property is currently zoned TC, tourist commercial, in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. The applicant is seeking an official plan amendment to establish a special policy area that would increase the permitted density from 100 units to 203 units per hectare. Additionally, the applicant is seeking to rezone the subject property site-specifically TC zone for conversion of the existing motel use and the proposed new apartment building. Now, the official plan amendment, again, the amendment is required to increase the maximum density from 100 units to 203 units per hectare. The proposed development will convert an existing motel into a multi-unit rental development. Another apartment building will be constructed located on the front of the property. The addition of the residential units will help diversify the housing supply within the urban area while minimizing land consumption. The proposal will provide attainable rent for the bachelor units and rent in a range of low to moderate incomes for one-bedroom units. The zoning amendment. The subject property, again, is currently zoned tourist commercial. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject property as site-specific TC zone for the conversion of the existing motel and proposed new apartment building. The rezoning includes relief from various requirements, such as addition of the apartment dwelling and building to recognize existing exterior side yard, rear yard depth, the maximum height allowed, and the reduction of parking for the apartment use. The requested zoning relief, again, we're going to be adding a second apartment on the site to recognize the existing exterior side yard width, which is currently 10.39 meters from Beaver Dams. To increase the maximum height of the building or structure to 18.5 meters for the proposed building. To recognize the existing rear yard depth, which is currently at 1.7 meters. And then we're going to reduce the parking standard for each dwelling unit to 0.61 for a total of 85 required parking spaces. Now this gives you a conceptual layout of what's being proposed. This is the current motel that's being converted, and then this will be the next phase, which will be the apartment building in the front yard in this location. An open house was held on March 13th, 2025. The owner and the agent were both present. No members of the public were in attendance, and no emails received about the proposal. Planning analysis. The proposed development conforms with the provincial, regional, and city policies. It will contribute to a minimum intensification target of 50% of all residential units constructed in the built-up area, and provides intensification where appropriately serviced. The proposal will help diversify the housing supply within the urban area while minimizing land consumption. It also provides efficient use of existing municipal infrastructure and services through the recommended regulations, which are appropriately designed to regulate the proposed use of the new apartment building. And the proposal is transit supported. It will contribute to the creation of a complete community as it was in with walking distance of existing commercial uses and provide residential intensification on an intensification corridor with the adaptive reuse of the existing building. Recommendation, that council approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to increase the permitted density and rezone the subject lands for conversion of existing motel to 96 residential dwelling units and the construction of a new 6-story apartment building containing 42 residential dwelling for a total of 138, subject to the regulations outlined in PBD 2025.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of council for Mr. De Benedetti? We've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. De Benedetti. I have a couple of questions. We're asked to make a lot of amendments to change it to tourist commercial to allow the new building. Is there any chance that they can be used for short-term rental or vacation rental units?
In this purpose, no, their intent is the actual use it for apartments. That's what they're looking at getting their funding for, and that's the intent. The intent is to have the 1 units as a conversion, and then also the apartment units are going to be strictly for apartment rental units.
Thank you. So the intent is, but zoning-wise, they could be vacation rental units or short-term rental units?
They could be, but that's not going to be, well, as noted in their, the intent is they want to be catering to that segment of the population.
Because we are making a lot of amendments for density and that sort of thing for housing and not short-term rentals.
Yes.
The open house, there was no public and there was no email from the Lundy's Lane BIA. Were they notified? Okay, they were notified.
Yeah,
that's great.
we made clarification based on Councilman Pietrangelo's last time. He made sure that, in fact, I circulated all the BIEs this time, so they all got a form.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more questions. It says 100% of the bachelor units are $1,000 or less. How many bachelor units?
That was based on the 96 dwelling units.
The 96 bachelor units. Okay, thank you. And I tried to look at the pictures. Can you tell me how much frontage from the sidewalk to where the building is? It was hard to tell. It seems like it's very close to the sidewalk.
Yeah, it's pretty, it's perhaps maybe, I mean, if I would bring that up, or it's about,
I looked in the chart for frontage too and I couldn't see it there.
well, again, for the requirement, they were looking at, it's, yeah, pretty close to the front lot line there. And that our typical requirement is you're meeting in the TC zone as long as you have your road widening, and then it's a 0 requirement.
So 0 requirement, it could be right up at the sidewalk?
Technically, yes.
Is it right up to the
Well,
sidewalk?
it's pretty close. It's not, it's maybe about a half a meter.
So if I was walking by, I would be able to touch it?
Well, you have enough to open the access, they're going to open the door, won't encroach onto the city's property. Oh, actually, the regional's road allowance.
Okay. And my last question, it's 0.61 parking. I'm always concerned about parking. I know we're trying to reduce parking. We want people to use transit, but we keep hearing about challenges, people parking all over the place. Is there any other possibilities for more parking?
Well, we did the parking studies, and they were consistent in what we approved around there. The one across the street was I think it was about 0.58, and then the one next door, they were all similar in range. So we're using that as comparables, so we're being consistent. Again, the purpose is it is on a transit route. We're close to commercial establishments, and that was the rationale, because they're on that, you can use the bus, you could walk to a restaurant, you could walk to a store, so you're close by.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo, and then Newstead.
Thanks, Your Worship, and just through you to Mr. De Benedetti, yes, thank you for notifying the LLBIA. They are very appreciative that they got the notification. One of the items I wanted to ask about was just in regards to the urban design guidelines that were created I believe by the LLBIA and also the City of Niagara Falls. They were co-authored between the two parties. I mean, it's great that they're receiving the notifications. I think we're part of the way there. But are we going to get to the point where the urban design guidelines that were approved then come into play? Because I know that in the past few applications that have come down before City Council, the urban design guidelines don't really seem to be implemented into the overall design of the building. And what I'm talking about mostly is commercial and retail space that is supposed to be on the street front. LLBIA recognizes that they're a commercial corridor, and that was one of the key points in the urban design guidelines, is that they have commercial and retail on the main floor, and then they can have the residential up top, because they want to maintain that commercial corridor aspect. So I'm not sure, Mr. De Benedetti, if it's a question through to you or if it would be more for Ms. Dolch to answer. I just want to try to get to the point where those design guidelines are being implemented, or at least talked about, when applicants come down and make application for rezonings and new buildings and whatnot. And the LLBIA would be very appreciative of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So we do have those design guidelines, but our bylaw does allow standalone residential uses. So we have a bit of a conundrum there in terms of how we apply it appropriately. And I think what we need to do is start to go back to the drawing board. I know through the official plan work, we're looking at, in particular, Lundy's Lane and what the future holds for Lundy's Lane. We are looking at a mix of uses and still ground floor residential being permitted, but we are talking about frontages being more commercial related, but still allowing some ground floor residential. So we are looking at that, and I think maybe once that work's done, it'll all start to come together and something we can look forward to later this year.
Just so I can report back to the Lundy's Lane BIA, is it a matter of updating the guidelines? Is that something that they should be coming down and asking the city to do cohesively?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Yes, I think that's a start, but I think right now we want to see where the official plan goes, and we should have that draft done shortly. And I think at that point we'll really understand, because right now, just based on some drafts I've seen, we're looking at kind of that ground floor residential. So it's kind of going against some of the BIA's requests, but again, a bit in line, keeping that frontage available. So I think we need that step first, and then we should look at those urban design guidelines again to update them, make sure they're relevant, so that we can start applying them as we go.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Councillor Newestay?
Thank you.
And then Patel.
And through you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. You know, when I look at Lundy's Lane, and growing up here, Lundy's Lane was always a tourist thing. It's like vacation's over and, you know, Lundy's Lane's becoming home. And I hear that we've notified the BIA, and is it possible for them to have a comment? It seems like we just have one development after another, and it seems like it's really becoming much more residential and less tourists. And I know people are busy running their business, but is it possible, besides notifying, can we also have a statement back from them so we can put it on record to say this is how they have, they're seeing it, and they're actually taking the time to really see that this is becoming residential if they have businesses there. It's just a comment. A second point I have, though, while we understand that may not be our role to directly enforce rental pricing, and nor should it be, but however, the applicant is putting for the proposal that assurance of 100% of the bachelor units will be attainable around $1,000 per month or less, depending on the market conditions. And since we're being asked to vote on this based on that commitment, what mechanisms are in place to make sure that they don't fall back on that? So we're agreeing because they put that in, so it's obviously a big factor influencing our vote. And then going forward, is there something that says they must always have, depending on market conditions, whatever that threshold is, to be under that to make sure they're having attainable? Because otherwise, why would they put this in that we're voting on it for that matter?
Through Chair. Yeah, you make an excellent point. Again, we take it on face value because the applicants and the proposals come in, we're reviewing it based on the merits of the application. So if they're indicating they're looking at doing that, we're putting that in the report, and we're taking it saying that they're going to follow through. It could be, you are correct. A year from now, 6 months from now, maybe marketing might change that, okay? If they're going to get funding, they have to meet that criteria. So if there's a funding being established, or if they have to get that funding, then they have to maintain that. So in other words, if they're going to say they're going to have the 1,000, they have to get there in order to get their funding, okay? In this situation, as indicated, they're looking at 1,000 and less, could be 900, could be 800. And then the other ones, it's a range depending on the size of each room. So you're looking at 12 to 17 because they're bigger one unit bedrooms. So we're holding them in the report and in the planning justification. And what you're voting on is that this is what they're looking at doing. Can they change that down the road? Possibly, depending on how the market is. But we're assuming and hopefully that they're going to keep it as what's been presented tonight.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, so basically what you're saying is their financing is tied to this, so that is what's going to be.
Well, that could be a mechanism to keep them in place.
And it doesn't matter, like I said, it shouldn't matter to us that, but the fact is they're asking us to vote on it based on that. So because of that, I think there is some responsibility back saying that they are going to follow through with it or stay within a certain time frame, that they will always be attainable, maybe a 5-year period. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Well, just to finish that point off, they're doing that in phases. So they're going to be converting the motel first, and then they're going to be coming back to do obviously the 6 stories. So I'm assuming that they're keeping it at 1,000 and less, and then you'll see how things plan out. If things are they're maintaining those price range, then when they construct the actual, the second phase, they'll probably keep it at that 12 to 1,700.
I'm going to go to Ms. Dolce as well, if we can.
Thank you.
Ms. Dolce, our General Manager of Planning.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to speak about this just a little bit. So our requirement in our official plan is that 40%. We're trying to meet that 40% target across the entire city is affordable or in our attainable range. The difficulty we have is the only time we can force that is in the downtown area, because that's where inclusionary zoning can happen should we wish to do so. We haven't done that yet, so there's no force mechanism I can put in place. Right now, developers are kind of alerting us, because we've asked for that 40% rule, on what they're planning to do, but we cannot force them into controlling it at this point in time. The only place we can control it is the downtown area here, and we haven't yet done so with inclusionary zoning. So again, although they're committing to it, I don't want you to base your decision on that. Hopefully they will, but it shouldn't be a factor in your decision. Your decision should be based on the fact of what they're proposing at this point in time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I have mentioned that before that making decision like this is going to change the historic landscape of Lundy's Lane. And it's going to affect the businesses surrounding these properties. Last few months, this is the 3rd property that came into our council chambers. We are turning that short-term rental into long-term rentals. The 96 units here, they will be geared towards the more likely population that's seniors, low income, or people who are facing mental health addiction challenge. And there are people who will be coming to this property from outside the city. Do we even know that if we have enough resources, enough services available for those people who are coming to these properties? Because there will be effect on our food bank, there will be effect on our soup kitchen. There's going to be increased volume in this social services, not to mention on our hospitals and walking clinic too. And what I would like to see is have a long-term plan. This is where we are moving too fast when it comes to this, turning these short-term rentals into long-term rentals. These are the 3 properties in the row. What happens when we have all of them very low to moderate income level properties? It creates the pocket of isolation, and there's a stigma around it. So really have to really carefully make a plan before we actually go ahead and approve any more properties. I do really believe that lots of businesses on Lundy's Lane do rely on tourism, and when we are doing this, we are kind of taking away business from those restaurants or any other business who rely on tourism. So we need to plan ahead. I think we need a really serious planning before we can go ahead and approve any of the properties to turn them into long-term residents. That's the way I see it. And from that, I would like to ask Nick, I'm not going to I'm not going to pronounce your last name, so I'll ask this to you, Mr. Mayor. So have you taken any of these things in consideration when it comes to low-income housing?
Through the mayor, you got to look at the situation here. Now, they are converting the motel units, but the second phase is actually a nice apartment building. So I don't think they want to really cater to the low segment, because then it makes that second part of that building look bad in their situation. They're looking long-term also, and they want to have the combination of that the bachelor units being, to a certain segment of the population, but also that the one bedrooms that are going to be 12 to 1,700, they're going to be a nicer design. So they're trying to integrate a mix of the conversion of the motel and have a nice apartment building. And you're in a catch-22, because then you're trying to help out that population, but then you're also looking at, we're almost having a little enclave of that certain type of segment in that area. So, but I feel in this situation, at least it's a combination, and it's just not going to be all low. It's going to be a combination of low to moderate.
To you, Mr. Mayor, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy to see affordable housing. All I see is the impact that's going to have on our businesses really in that area, and even the residents who are living there. It's an effect on both sides. That's the way I see it. And this is a third property, and I believe a while ago we did speak about the SRO report that was going to come back to council. So can we somehow add the bachelor's apartment in the report too? But I think because it's basically speaking to the same thing. So is that possible to add bachelor's apartment into SRO when we are doing our investigation and making the report for it? That's what I would like to suggest. Is it possible to do it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. That's something obviously all units are considered under SROs, single room occupancy, and bachelor is what really that means, because they don't have one bedroom. So we will bring that back for consideration. But I did want to stress that affordable housing is different than what we're speaking about here. Right. So affordable housing is under the provincial bulletin, and that's about $700 a month, roughly, for a bachelor apartment. So here we're about 1,000. So we're hitting a different market, a low type of attainable market, and those are probably in and around those making around 50 to 60,000 a year. So again, we're not looking at the low in this scenario. I just wanted to kind of elaborate on that. It's not those that require regional housing or things like that, because they wouldn't meet that threshold. They wouldn't be able, unless the region fully subsidized.
Okay, thank you. But I will still stand corrected on that. I do believe that thing we are rushing into a lot, because there's 3 properties right beside each other, and I think that will be affecting Lundy's Lane quite a bit. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we know what that sound is? It's a timer. Oh, thank you for that. Okay, got it. There is. Oh, yeah. Okay. I've got next up Councillor Dabrowski, then Baldinelli, then Kerrio.
Yeah, through you. Thanks for the presentation. And then kind of backpedaling to the point about the Lundy's Lane BIA. So I heard we alerted them, but did we receive any feedback? Aside from Councillor Pietrangelo, you might
I
be
can
the rep.
respond to that. Just
Those
the chair of the
LLBIA. The
LLBIA.
council rep on the Lundy's Lane BIA.
The chair of the LLBIA does apologize for not getting back on the application. He did have some family issues, he told me, Your Worship, that he was dealing with. So that was the reason why he didn't respond. But, I mean, their desire, obviously, is to always have some type of commercial or retail component on the street level, and then residential either in behind or on top of that. And that goes with the urban design guidelines that I was talking about. But that is the reason why they didn't get back to us, Your Worship.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli, then Kerrio.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I also sit on that Lundy's Lane BIA, and last meeting we had, I don't think their plans for beautification and their development of Lundy's Lane and their foresight is a lot different than what's happening actually right now. So what are the sizes of the rooms that you say there are currently, and who are they specifically targeted at attracting? Because there were concerns about some of the properties that are currently sitting idle, that are proposed developments where we had encampments and stuff like that, and there's a lot of graffiti, messing around. making the place, or Lundy's Lane, or that end of Lundy's Lane anyways, you know, not attractive anymore. So by having, like Councillor Patel said, a second location where, you know, rooms are, what, 500, 400, 300 square feet? How many, do you have any idea of the size of the rooms?
Through the bachelors are larger than that, like approximately 5 to 600, and so you're just converting like the typical motel room. But again, they're going to have the full facilities of the kitchen and the washroom.
Yeah. So you would think that if you're designing small places like that, that you would be building based on a demand, and I don't, where is it the demand? I don't see that demand, and I don't think that Lundy's Lane, as Councillor Patel and other councillors have mentioned, it was a tourist commercial area, and it needs to be to accommodate the 12 to 14 million visitors that we have in Niagara Falls. I'm not really supportive of the current state of the motel, and then the addition of a unit or the apartment 6 stories that doesn't really go with the hotel. And then I have the mix match, and I did some research, and they had the same type of things in Orlando, Florida, where the motels were being converted because it was required at the time, and then it didn't actually live up to its expectations, and eventually turned back the other way. So I'm not really keen on this development. I wouldn't be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, and reminder to council, this is question period. We're going to save the statements for later. Right now, just questions to staff. I've got Councillor Kerrio, then Strange.
Well, Your Worship, if that's what you would like, I'll wait till after. There's more of a statement to comment on some of the comments.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Benedetti. And I agree with all the comments. It's just so, and maybe this is to Kerrio. So if there's 96 units that are going to be $1,000 for rent, and truthfully, I think they can only raise it 2% per year after that, right? Is that so? It would be only going up $20. Is there 1,000 people in need in Niagara Falls for $1,000 or less rent? And if there is this the right location? And if it isn't the right location, where is the right location in Niagara Falls?
Stolz?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So whether or not there's enough need for 1,000, I don't know. I know there's definitely a need for housing and lower end housing for those people that work in corner stores, those people that work in the hotel industry. We know that there's a need because they're struggling. They have to share apartments or do that kind of thing here to enable to afford rent. Is this the most appropriate place? I can say there's transit there. I can say that the motels currently are doing this, whether we know so or not. We know they're being converted illegally, if that's the case. So those are the things that we're aware of. So we know there's a need because people are doing it already. And I think Lundy's Lane is a good example of that because there's convenient transit for those people, for the people to get to their place of work, and that's where they're looking to locate. So I think what's happening is you're starting to see a market shift and the people that own these properties are starting to realize that they can actually convert their properties now rather than have them sit stagnant. Some of them have been sitting stagnant. Councillor Patel did make a fair point. How much is too much concentration, and that's something we're going to have to definitely grapple with. But I think at this point, that's why we're starting to see a shift because there's need, and to the commercial hotel industry just isn't there. We have Airbnbs and other things now that are starting to fill that need, as well as we know that no hotels really have been built in some time. So is there really that fulsome need at this point in time?
Okay, thank you. And then so you have the 96 units, and then you'll have this 6-story, which will be obviously a little bit more than.
Yeah.
So it would be a little bit of. So because are these all bachelors, the 96, or are they a mixed, or is it all bachelors?
Through the chair, the 96 are supposed to be the bachelors. And then the apartment's going to be the 1-bedroom, but different range of size. So
you go maybe a little bit bigger and maybe a little bit more
and
rent.
And again, that you're catering to low to moderate income attainable levels.
Yeah, I totally understand. I just And I agree with Councillor Patel, I agree with Councillor Baldinelli, and, you know, the rest of the council. I just don't know, if we don't approve this, where do we put a place, and where is the right location for renters under $1,000, which you can go on MLS right now, you might find 3 places that you can rent for under $1,000. So if we pass this up, where are these, if they're needed, where do they go? And what location is better than this?
Okay, thank you for that. There's no other.
Just a quick.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah,
Just a
Councillor
quick one on
Kerrio.
what Mike said. If we don't do it, the reality is the old style motels don't cut it anymore. They don't make it anymore. They're struggling. Airbnbs, new buildings going to be built in a area closer to the falls. They have a hard time competing. If we don't do this, we don't get that property fixed up. We don't get that property having them invest 30, 40, 50 million dollars or whatever they're going to invest to bring that property at least up to a standard, whether it's in short-term rental or long-term rental. At least we've taken a property who's on a downward slide and going to invest a lot of money in it and bring it back to a standard where they can rent rooms. So I don't think we can dictate in this particular case where there's motels. They can't survive anymore. They can't make it. What it would be doing, it'd be helping the restaurants across the street, because you'd have all those people living in that apartment building who have to eat too. And you can't get financing for motels, guys. There's the financial institutions will finance residential development, but they won't finance motels or give you money to repair or upgrade your motels. Very difficult situation. I think that if you ask the people in the Fallsview the BIAs, they're happy to take a property that's on a downward slide, that somebody's going to spend a lot of money and improve the area. And if 5 or 6 people do that, now you've taken a bunch of properties that are dilapidating down into I don't know what, and you're making a nice area. Whether we need housing, and we really don't need the hotels or the motels getting to a point where you can't rent them, and then you see what happens. What ends up going into those motels? No money in them. Now they can only get $100, you know, for them or whatever, and they really go downhill fast. So I'm not opposed to what they're trying to do here. I've been there. I did one of the first ones. I took an old motel and I converted it into a 100-home retirement home. It was the only thing we could do. We couldn't survive in the motel. So I think that you're going to see a lot more of this, even though we'd like to see more retail. We'd like to see different things. It's not, we can only dictate so much, but if the guy's got an opportunity to redevelop his property, I certainly wouldn't want to be getting in the way, because I think we should, you know.
Thank you. And your question was? Yeah, and you're right, you did Kerrio Place, which is now Lundy Manor.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't know what order of operations we had here. So I got okay, so I'm going to go Councillor Baldinelli, then Makoko then.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Kitchens, Joe Sloan. I worked for Joe Sloan at the time, but kitchens, I mean, vanities in your place. Yeah, it was a long time ago. And I agree with you on some of the items that you brought up. The only thing right now,
Questions?
the question is, and let me finish, okay? Because everybody gets this from me. Is there any room for green space? Like there's nothing there. Like you have the little boulevard in the middle. So if you're concentrating and then having a 6-story with the heat coming down, is there any requirement for green trees, anything?
Ms. Dolch? I now is to remind the council, direct councils through the chair, and then we'll direct them to staff. Yes, Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So this site obviously is a conversion. We do like to see more green space, but in this case, you know, you have to saw off either parking or open space in this case. So we did look at it, and I think it's an appropriate location for this type of use. And I think that just given the current nature of the site, it's just an improvement at this point. And is there any rooftop patio?
No, the area where the pool is okay, there's going to be a little bit of green space. But that's, the rest of it is for the required parking, and that's the reason why. And we have a little bit in front of to the right, a little bit of grass there, but again, that's just the existing parking area, and again, we need for the parking standard.
Through you, Mayor. So if you didn't actually have the 6-story apartment, you probably could provide what you needed for green space and have your parking and not have the garbage right along the street. Correct? Like the garbage, even if it's fenced in, will be right, I don't know, 3-4 meters from the sidewalk? 96 units plus?
Well, through the chair, that was brought up, and we were looking at possibly relocating that when we go through the next step. It was a site plan agreement process. Worst case scenario, we'll obviously plan some screening there or some type, yeah, you're right, in that location. Or we'll have to try to relocate it somewhere else on site. Maybe have like a Moloch system instead of like a garbage enclosure.
I think if you didn't have the, through you, Mayor, if you didn't have the apartment part of the 6-story, you could provide the green space, trees, and requirements for, bachelor and a place to relax if you're coming back from work. There's nothing really there besides hot tar and your little 500 square foot home. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe Mr. Burgess or Ms. Dolch can answer this question for me. I thought in some of our housing reports it stated, specifically from Niagara Regional Housing, that bachelor units were a 17-year wait list with Niagara Regional Housing. I know that this is not Niagara Regional Housing, but I thought that social workers said what we need is bachelor units. Can either one of those confirm? And that just shows you the need?
Yeah, bachelor and 1-bedrooms are the two biggest demand on the NRH housing list.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of council for Mr. De Benedetti? Okay, I think we're good for now. Thank you, sir. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody scheduled to speak?
Your Worship, no one has registered to speak to this topic.
Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this topic? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. If you could introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Ethan Lamont. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants. I do have a presentation prepared, however, I don't have new information that Nick hasn't already gone over. So I think I'll forego the presentation, and then I'll make myself available for questions, and if I need to refer to the presentation, then I certainly can.
Okay, sounds good. Are there any questions of council for a friend from UCC? Yes, Councillor Kerrio.
Well, the questions that my fellow councilors raised made me think of some questions. So obviously we want this to look as nice as we can. What are they going to do on the existing motel structure? Like on the outside, what's the plan for doing something on the outside of the motel structure?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the question, most of the renovations for the motel would be interior, so those would be things to achieve building code compliance for the conversion. The exterior renovations would be minimal, however, anything that needs to be done in order to freshen the building or for safety purposes would certainly be taken care of at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of council? Okay, I think we've got our questions answered. Thank you. Yep. The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The will of council, Councillor Dabrowski. Okay, there's a motion to approve, Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Newestag. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I agree with what Councillor Kerrio said, that yes, this is what the future is going to happen, is the old motels will be turning into residential, maybe new apartment, but we are not doing it properly. We're not planning it. When we look at the new area, we do secondary planning. This is a major, major area we are taking and turning that into residential. So we need to have plan. We need to have a strategic plan. We need to plan. We talked about that last time. Currently, we are putting the cart before the horse. We do not know what the impacts are going to be, and we are just approving property by property. I really believe that we, as a council, we need to sit down and look at the plan, how many motels we think potentially will be turning into long-term residents, and what the impact's going to be. So I really would like to add to this that we as a council, I'm not sure which department will bring the report forward, but we do need to look at the impacts that's going to create on Lundy's Lane by turning lots of these old motels into long-term residents.
So are you suggesting a friendly amendment to add
Yes,
that into the
yes.
motion? Okay.
And I would be supporting it because it is a very good, I don't know if I'm going to be supporting it because it's a really good, conversion is very good because it is providing lots of affordable housing. But I'm not sure if we are ready for something like this. As I said, we are putting the cart before the horse. We do need to know the impacts of it. That's why I'm not opposed to development like this, but I just have concerns how it's going to impact the surrounding area, especially the properties behind them. People might be losing, people's property values might be lower because certain things, some pockets of some long-term residents or SROs are going behind the properties. It's going to affect people's property values. So I think we really need to plan this. We just can't go ahead and approve property by property. And currently, in the last few months, we approved 3 properties in a row. So we do have to slow down and look at what we are doing.
Okay, so why don't we
Thank
get
you.
comment from either Ms. Dolch? Okay, Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So, and I, in terms of this application, obviously you have to make a decision based on your feelings. If you wanted us to kind of look at Lundy's Lane in more detail, I would suggest that there be some consideration to an interim control bylaw. That is the only way you can stop applications from coming to you for consideration. If you wanted to look at freezing Lundy's Lane from any development until a secondary plan or some other study is evaluated on that site, that's really the only mechanism. Other than that, you will get applications coming forward that we will have to make a decision on. So I just more to your comments.
I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, I would just suggest as a council, we sit down and we talk about this and we look at the plan where we are heading ahead. So as a council, we need to come together and just work on the plans to see where we are going and what the impacts are going to be. That's what I want to see. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the councillor. And if I may, there is some opportunity, obviously, through the new official plan to have that further discussion. And what we can do is have a bit of an education council with session once we get that draft available for consideration to have some further discussion on Lundy's Lane if that's helpful at this point.
Thank you. Our CAO is going to weigh in, then I'll go to Councillor Strange. And then Peter.
It's just in response to Councillor Patel's question, and for council, just to remind council, when planning looks at the official plan and when we look at our master transportation plan, our master servicing plan, we account for growth in the city as a whole. So it's not like we're unprepared for growth. To get down to a particular level of whether 90 people are going to live in this lot or 90 people live in that lot, that's a little far for the planning purposes. But areas of concentration, Lundy's Lane is an area of concentration that we have planned for, and there's other areas of concentration. So, we can take that away as far as what might be some of the impacts from hotel conversions, because that's what the market is kind of dictating, and bring that back. But I don't want council or the public to go away with the impression that, that we're not planning for this type of growth. Because we are, and in fact, we're slightly behind the numbers we're supposed to be hitting. So it's not like, we are looking for areas to grow. So I just want to make sure everyone is good with that.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I'm going to go to Councillor Strange and then Dabrowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you know what? Councillor Patel brought up a good point. And, we've done a couple other developments like this. And I agree with Councillor Kerrio because, you got an owner that wants to spruce up their hotel, gonna do some long-term rentals, and we need it. But how do we know how many residents need this $1,000 kind of and lower? And if we create too many, you're gonna have too many bubbles, and we're gonna get other people from other cities coming here to rent, whether it's St. Catharines, Port Corbin, whatever it may be. I think it's smart what Councillor Patel was saying, and I will approve tonight, but I would like to know going forward, how many have we, how many similar developments have we, supported, plus find out what are we creating here on Lundy's Lane or other places. Are we creating a residential low income, little bubbles on all the sides, and then you got people from St. Catharines, people come from Toronto. I can get a $1,000 room down in Niagara Falls, right? I'm going to move down there for the summer or something like that, right? So we want to help people in Niagara Falls and that pay taxes in Niagara Falls, so I don't know if there's a way that we can find out those numbers, and I know it may be tough through the region or whatever it may be, but I like the way Councillor Patel was saying that if Councillor Dabrowski agrees to the amendment that we form and have a meeting or whatever it is about, or bring a report back from staff about, these kind of bubbles, where we need them, how many residents need this low income, and go from there after this approval.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then I've got Dabrowski and Baldinelli. And
yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I think he was ahead. Anyway, I just wanted to mention, and perhaps staff can comment on it, that when we were talking about our SRO strategy, this is precisely the issue that I brought forward, was limitations. And I said that the Lundy's Lane BIA, they appreciate the fact that they are a commercial corridor, and they don't want to see a large percentage of their properties flip over to something that is non-commercial, whether it be SROs, whether it be residential, or whether it be institutional or something else. They want to maintain that commercial corridor. So I don't know if staff have a comment in terms of the SRO study that's going to be coming back to us. That's already going to be looking at those type of limits. But I do agree with some type of limitation, Your Worship, on any commercial corridor.
For those of you listening, SRO,
single room occupancy.
Single room occupancy. Thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski, you're good. Baldinelli?
I kind of wanted Ms. Doles to comment.
You want her to comment on it?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Dolch, would you comment on that SRO comment, please?
Yes, thank you. And we will be coming back with the SROs. In terms of the commercial, yeah, I've obviously heard the commentary here today. It's something we're looking at through our official plan work, and something we can definitely come back to council. Now that I know Lundy's Lane's of particular interest to the council, we can definitely come back and explain where we're heading in the drafts before we continue on, just so that council understands. But I've heard loud and clear today about the kind of commercial components, but I do want to stress we did do a housing strategy, and obviously we know there's need in Niagara Falls for housing at that moderate to low attainable housing format, and we're behind. And generally what our study said was really the hotel industry was the biggest issue, because they don't make a significant amount of money in order to afford housing or rents, especially if they're single individuals. So we do know there's a need. Our housing strategy stressed that we should be working with the hoteliers to try to provide housing for their workers, but obviously this is solving a problem on its own, just by people converting. So.
Councillor Dabrowski, you're good. Councillor Baldinelli?
I just had a comment based on Mr. Burgess's last statement concerning the development, and we're developing, but I'm finding as we're developing, and speaking to a lot of residents, and I don't live very far from Lundy's Lane, and I know in the summertime it's packed, completely packed. I don't think adding more is going to be, and the growth that's coming on, that we're ready for that. I mean, you could have 5 lanes on Lundy's Lane, but we don't, and we never will be. I don't think it's wide enough, and we need 5 lanes on McLeod Road, but when will that ever happen? When it's too much traffic, and then you have to close it down. We don't build. We're not very proactive in accommodating the growth that's necessary. So even especially in McLeod Road, or Ms. Newsteg, Councillor Newsteg had mentioned something about advanced turn on a lane. I think I saw an email somewhere concerned about that, and I find that when you drive around Niagara Falls, there's just too much traffic. Lights aren't. I don't know what the region or whoever's in charge of lights is waiting for. You need a lot of advancement. You can go down Dunn Street and take a left, and wait for every car coming down McLeod Road and not get one opportunity to turn. So I don't think that we're prepared for the housing crisis and all the bills, and we're short, which is very concerning to me, that we should be looking in advance of how we can allow movement within the city that's unobstructed and not time consuming. I mean, I can see us, it's like I don't even want to drive through Toronto. Why would I want to drive through Niagara Falls now? It's just going from north and south. So I think we need some advanced planning and sit down, as Ms. Dolce said. I think the official plan that we were waiting for is very important so that we can sit down and see how we need to develop. You know, Councillor Kerrio makes great, you know, we need to develop other, they're not always busy all year round, and I don't know if that's our fault or it's the city's fault, or because we don't have anything happening in the winter time that maybe we can do. We can start attracting more attractions that we can have and fill the city up and then fill all those places up. Or did we build too many hotels and too many rooms, 11,000 down there, and Lundy's Lane used to be kick-ass before, but not anymore. So, I mean, there's a lot of problems about planning, and I think that you really have to sit down and strategically go through our official plan, and let's see what's best for all the residents of Niagara Falls and tourism, so we can meet together. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments, especially the description of Lundy's Lane. We've got Councillor Newstag next. Okay, I got to follow the order now. So Councillor Newstag, yep, then Kerrio.
Thank you. I think in essence what's happened here, Lundy's Lane, that concept of the motel product life cycle is gone, and now these buildings are sitting there, people can't afford to keep them going, and we have to do something or they're going to just deteriorate. So an action has to be done. But listening to the conversation here, since it was already tourist, and we've been hearing over the last number of times when we've ended up with these vacation rentals where people are saying we don't have enough inventory for vacation rentals in the proper zone, which is encouraging people to do it in these residential areas where we really don't want them. So here's a perfect example. Maybe we can help them come back and start looking at zoning vacation rentals back, maybe just a different concept than the motel, but bring the product that the people are looking for right now. That being new business.
Okay, so we're going to bring that up on the new business. That's fair. Fair enough. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Then I've got Councillor Patel, and then Lococo. Did you have your hand? Yeah. And then we're going to try to go to a vote here,
Yes,
folks,
yeah.
because we've been around the horseshoe a couple of times.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kerrio.
Yes.
You know how you said that most of the motels on Lundy's Lane are struggling. And as you know, lots of those motels are renting rooms weekly and monthly. And if they still can't find locals to rent those rooms, how do we know that these rooms are going to be filled with locals? We're going to attract lots more people from outside. That's going to drain our social services. So that's why I brought that forward, that we need to plan and see what's the need. That's what Councillor Strain said, we have to know what the need is. And that was my another point, was that we have to plan. That's the strategic plan we talked about last time when we had previous development, that we have to have plan, because what we do right now on Lundy's Lane, it's going to change our city for a very long time. And then we'll look back and see, well, everybody says, oh, we should have done this, could have done this, but I think we have to do strategic plan and do everything properly. And I do agree with you. I don't see this motel surviving for a long time, but it's just that's what kind of development do we want to see it? We have to make sure that we are not condensing everything in one area. That's why, that is my major concern. Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
can.
I agree with you. But it's been my experience that when somebody's got 20 or 25 or $30 million ready to invest in my community, let's let them guys do it, and let's go back into the boardroom and figure out what we're going to do going forward.
Fair enough. Councillor Lococo, and then I'm going to call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been lots of great discussions. One of the things we haven't talked about is students. A lot of those motels on Lundy's Lane, students are renting them. And we talked about lower income, moderate income, but there are students. So maybe when we're looking at the strategic plan about how many people would need those rooms, let's also look at students, because there's students coming from Brock, from Niagara College and for the University of Niagara Falls, that they're renting those. So I think it's important that we factor that in, because where are those students going to go? I know sometimes we have partnerships with the universities or college to figure out how many units we would need, so I think that would be a good discussion as well.
We can address that when Councillor Patel brings that one up. Okay, so we've got the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Newestag. No, there's no friendly amendment. Yep, it's just the two recommendations. Number one, that we approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, and secondly, that there's a sunset clause that if they don't execute on the site plan agreement within 3 years, then this expires. Right? So we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, hold your hands up, please. Why don't you count them up? Okay, and opposed? Okay, we've got 2 opposed. Okay, thank you for that. All right. So we're good on that one. That's approved. No, that's coming later. Okay, next up, I would call, as we move into 7.2, call on our city clerk, Mr. Mattson, to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to facilitate the development of a 6-story apartment building containing 103 dwelling units at the northeast corner of Garner Road and Angie Road. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act on April 7th, 2025. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to call on Chris Room, Planner 2, to provide the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and any area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment AM 2024-029 for the lands known as Block A, Garner and Angie Road. The subject lands are located on the southeast corner of Garner Road and Lundy's Lane, which, while the location of the development is located on the south side of the site, which is situated on the northeast corner of Garner Road and Angie Drive, the surrounding uses exist of vacant commercial lands and nightclubs to the north and northeast, the Garner Place subdivision to the east, detached dwellings and vacant residential land to the south, and detached dwellings and a motel to the west. It should also be noted that the lands to the west will be the future location of the Garner West secondary plan, which is currently being worked on by staff. The application proposes a 4 to 6 story residential apartment building with 12 two-level townhouse units at the ground level. The development will include 113 parking spaces, primarily in an underground parking structure with 15 surface parking spaces, including 2 accessible spots. A future consent application is required to sever Block A from the other adjacent lands, which are owned by the applicant. Property is currently zoned tourist commercial under Bylaw 79-200 as amended. The applicant seeks to rezone to a site-specific residential apartment 5F density zone to allow for the development. Special provisions requested include reductions in lot area, front and side yard setbacks, parking ratio, landscaped open space, amenity space, and canopy projection. For some additional context, in 2021, applications were submitted for a subdivision including singles, townhouses, and an apartment building on Garner Road, south of Lundy's Lane. During this application, public concerns were raised about the apartment size, traffic, and home values, which led to its removal from the original proposal. The revised subdivision, which did not include the apartment building, was approved by Council on August 10th, 2021. Now a new application has been submitted for a redesigned apartment building on the site. The revised design includes a reduced height and massing of 6-story facade that steps down to a 4-story height towards the east. This slide illustrates the proposed site layout and highlights the requested zoning relief. Here you can see the step-down design from 2 4 stories towards the eastern side of the site, while the 6 stories fronts Garner Road. Additionally, this slide shows the requested zoning relief, which includes a minimum lot area of 47.4 meters squared per dwelling unit, deeming Garner Road as the front lot line, a minimum front yard depth of 3 meters plus 13 meters from the center line of Garner Road, and a parking requirement of 113 spaces. Additionally, there's a landscaped open space of 28%, a minimum amenity space of 7.39 meters squared per unit, a canopy projection of 1.8 meters into any required rear yard, and a maximum lot coverage of 36%. A public open house was held on January 15th, 2025, with 2 community members in attendance. Both members of the public were in support of the application. One written submission was also received expressing concerns for the proposal. It should be noted that additional written correspondence was received prior to this presentation being published, and I'll include a summary and a response to those comments as well. Comments received include an inquiry as to whether the units will be rental or condo, to which they will be rental. Will sidewalks be extended to the site? The proposal does include a road widening that could be used to secure the extension of the sidewalk from the corner of Lundy's Lane to the site, and this will be requested at the time of the site plan control application. There were concerns over adequate parking, to which staff respond that we have no issues with the reduction from 144 spaces to 113, as the site is conveniently located in close proximity to public transit. Furthermore, the site provides adequate bicycle parking spaces, which promotes active transportation. And the requested parking ratio is 1.1 spaces per unit, which is consistent with the forthcoming changes to the zoning bylaw. Additionally, there were also concerns over sight lines and safety, to which the Transportation Impact Study identified that all Transportation Association of Canada requirements for sightline and stopping distances have been exceeded. Furthermore, there were concerns over sunlight / shadows. Typically, shadow studies are only requested when a building exceeds a height of 10 stories or more. However, the applicant opted to provide one with this submission, to which it was demonstrated that there were no adverse impacts to the surrounding residential uses. The city's terms of reference state that the adjacent residential amenity spaces should have a minimum of 6 hours of sunlight between April 21st and September 21st, and the submitted study shows that this has been exceeded. There was a comment that apartment buildings are not appropriate for the subject lands, to which staff responded that higher density development is encouraged in close proximity to arterial roads and transit routes. Additionally, the subject lands are in close proximity to the future Garner West secondary plan area, where similar development styles may be encouraged within the Lundy's Lane corridor. And finally, there was a comment that the city had previously committed to not pursue high density development for the subject lands. Staff reviewed the council meeting from 2021, where it was identified that the applicant opted to remove the apartment from the original proposal and consider a higher density at a later date. At that meeting, there was no commitment from city staff or from council to restrict the apartment style developments for the subject lands. As I previously mentioned, 2 written submissions were made prior to this presentation being published. The 2 submissions which were emailed to council also spoke to parking concerns, sidewalks, the appropriateness of the subject lands, and commitments to no higher density, all of which I have just previously addressed. But they also raised concerns over access to transit, Garner Road being a single lane road, an increase in traffic and speeding concerns, the potential for increase in crime, a request to place the building along Lundy's Lane, and home values and compatibility with the adjacent nightclubs, to which I've provided the following responses here. For transit, a bus stop is located in approximately 270 meters from the subject site along Lundy's Lane, which is the We Go Red Line, and provides further access to numerous other transit lines throughout the city. For Garner being a single lane road, the proposal includes a southbound turning lane on Garner Road, which will be secured at the time of the site plan control application. This turning lane will have the effect of traffic calming along Garner Road. As for the increase in traffic and speeding, as I just mentioned, the turning lane will be installed on Garner Road, but 4 speed humps have been installed on Angie Drive, and 2 more are proposed on Angie within the Garner Place subdivision. And council recently approved an all-way stop at the intersection of Angie Drive and St. Michael Avenue, where it turns into Pauline Drive. So the request to place the building on Lundy's Lane, those lands are designated tourist commercial in the official plan, where the site The site of the proposal is located in the residential designation. Staff are of the opinion that subject site is more appropriate for the proposed development as it conforms to the requirement of the official plan. For the concerns regarding home values and crime, there is no evidence to prove that the construction of similar uses, that being residential to residential, has a negative impact on existing dwellings in the neighborhood with regards to crime or property values. And finally, for the concerns regarding compatibility with the adjacent uses, the applicant has submitted a noise impact study which assessed traffic and stationary noise sources. And determined that the sound levels were determined to exceed the permissible levels. However, mitigation measures such as forced air heating, central air conditioning, double-paned windows, and strategic implementation of building materials, along with warning clauses, can be implemented to reduce the impact of traffic and stationary noise. And staff will be asking for a revised noise impact study at the site plan control stage that identifies these mitigation measures in more detail. The proposed development aligns with broader planning policies that encourage transit support of higher density housing and efficient land use. It supports the creation of a complete community by offering a mix of housing types and making use of existing municipal infrastructure. The location is adjacent to the future Garner West secondary plan area where growth and intensification are expected. And the proposed 6-story, 103-unit residential building contributes to housing diversity in the urban area and is consistent with the 2024 provincial planning statement. And finally, a sunset clause for the execution of a site plan agreement is included in the draft amending bylaw. So finally, staff recommend that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands to a site-specific residential apartment 5F density zone to facilitate the construction of a 4 to 6-story residential building with 103 units, including 12 two-level integrated townhouse units as outlined in the report. And also that council authorize the amending bylaw to include a sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of 1-year extension at the discretion of the general manager of planning, building, and development. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Room. We'll go through council questions now. I've got Councillor Dabrowski and then Lococo.
Yeah, through you. Thanks for the presentation. I wish we almost knew this was coming at the last council meeting because we had that fulsome discussion about Angie Drive and speed humps.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, I'm happy those are going through. Quick question through you. The Lundy's Lane BIA catchment area, and I know it says proximate development lands. Are these lands in the Lundy's Lane BIA catchment area, or is it separate from, and I don't know who can answer that.
Just outside.
Is it just outside?
Or? Outside.
Okay.
That's it. Are you good with that answer, Ms. Dolch? Yes, okay.
Yeah, thank you. It is outside.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. What is the sunset clause? It said 3 years there, but on another page it said 4 years.
It's generally 3 plus 1. Right?
That's why it jumped out at me. On page 13 it says 4 years on the report.
Oh. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So it is 3 plus 1 for residential. There might have been some confusion because of commercial.
Okay.
Just might have got mixed up. A commercial property is 4 plus 1.
Thank you very much.
You're done? Okay, Councillor Newstag?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, during this presentation, there was comment about the residents not being pleased about this apartment building. How did that, did they come back? Did we notify them, or how did it go from them being very upset to, yes, it's okay?
Through the mayor to the councillor, from what I understand, I think there are still some concerns from the neighbors regarding the style of development. I think the initial concerns when the application was brought forward in 2021 were largely related to the flow of the site, the design of the site, and the massing of the building, to which the applicant has submitted the revision that included some building designs, like I mentioned, the 4-story step down. That was never the case before. It was more of just more of a solid 6-story building all the way across. And it also didn't include 2 entranceways to the site or the left turning lane off of Garner Road. So quite a few site revisions have been made now until then.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So those were the concerns that they had, and all of those were addressed, or was it the apartment building by itself? Like, I was getting the sense they were opposed to apartment building. Yeah,
that's through the mayor. That's from what I understand, is that it was largely concerns just about the apartment building.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know regulations in terms of proximity, but there's an adult entertainment place very close to this. Is that a concern to have a residential area, like especially apartment building, you probably have children there. I don't know, are there restrictions in place as to how close that kind of entertainment is to a residential area?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, like I mentioned, we do request certain studies to be submitted at the time of the application. So in this case, a noise impact study was requested due to the increased noise from the nightclubs there. We also can take a look at similar uses in the area being assessed as well. During the review of that noise impact study, like I had mentioned, there were some concerns that were raised just because of the potential for excess noise. Nothing that can't be addressed through mitigation measures such as the forced air, all those mitigation measures that I previously had mentioned. Not to mention that there are also setbacks that are in place, nothing that is typically required here, but just to mention that the site is located to the southeast of that specific use, so it does create a bit of a natural buffer as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't really thinking noise was going to be the issue with the adult entertainment. I think it's more what happens there that residents might have some concern with, because I always thought there was supposed to be like a buffer, and that's why, isn't that the reason why the adult entertainments are supposed to be put out in industrial areas now, so that they are away from residential? I know that's grandfathered, but now we're putting a residential into that area. That doesn't kind of make sense.
Right. Through the mayor, yeah, like you mentioned, it is a bit of a grandfathered situation, so we have to deal with the current circumstances that we're confronted with. To which I would respond that there are certain urban design principles that we can follow to sort of mitigate any potential conflicts. Like I mentioned, we already kind of have a buffer there as well, and through the site plan process, we can also implement any sort of vegetative buffers to sort of soften the maybe visual impacts or maybe some of the more use impacts.
Again, I don't think that's really what the issue is with the adult entertainment. I don't think it's noise or buffer. I think it's the clientele that goes there. So I guess my thinking is that I remember the adult entertainment, all the licenses were told to be put out in the industrial area because that was the kind of a use that would not bother people. So this one's been grandfathered there, and we appreciate that. But why would somebody want to put a residential, or like it's kind of a reverse now, that the logic was this way, now we're reversing the logic.
Right.
Pardon? Oh.
Through the mayor, I'm not really too sure how much more I can really elaborate there. I mean, the lands, as I kind of mentioned, they are designated as residential. They are intended for this type of development as well. I understand that there are seeming, land use compatibility issues there. However, we do have the ability to sort of mitigate those potential impacts through urban design, through site, through sort of site impacts, I guess.
Okay, I'm being beeped, so I guess I'm going to sit down.
You had 30
Thank
seconds.
you for your time. Okay.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, through you. Just a quick question, maybe through you to Ms. Dolch. Under review, the lands north to the subject lands, what were those approved for? Or were they under review? Was there anything?
Yeah, I think.
It was a 10-story?
We'll get Ms. Dolch. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it was. They have a whole concept for that area to the north, and it includes a number of things. So, and one was a 10-story, but they have a commercial building as well.
So it would be consistent with what's going on across the street, basically. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council for Mr. Room? Okay, I think we're good at this moment. Mr. Room? Thank you. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone pre-registered?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have two residents that had pre-registered, the first one being Ron Tripp.
Okay. Mr. Tripp.
Your Worship.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You just state your address.
Yes, thank you. And Your Worship and members of councils, thank you for having me here tonight. I think most of you know, as well as staff, that I'm employed as the CAO of Niagara Region. I want to make it very clear that I'm representing any views of the region. I know there's comments in the report that I did not participate in developing. Here as a resident, 6284 Shapton Crescent, which is approximately 200 meters away from the site that you're talking about now. So clearly I'm not representing the region, just as a resident in the area, and I want to clearly indicate that I'm in support of the development. I may not share the same view as some of my neighbors, but I'm in a single-family, low-density residential area, and I see this as a very appropriate transition from more medium density to what I envision to be much higher density along the Lundy's Lane corridor, which has been discussed tonight. So I'm definitely in support of it. I'd personally actually be in support of even more density there, but I think the stepping of 4 stories to 6 in this particular location is actually quite thoughtful in terms of that transition. So I just offer that. I am a resident immediately adjacent to it, and I am in support of it. I do have a couple of items for council's consideration as we move forward. Mr. Broom talked about comments about a sidewalk, and at least one of those came from me, and that's a sidewalk on Garner Road. I believe the report indicates that there will be a sidewalk requested from Lundy's Lane to Angie as part of this development. I suggest should be required. But I'd like the city to consider extending all the way to Forest View. I know the condition of Garner Road itself. I've spoken to the mayor about that in the past, and I know that there is development that is going to happen. It doesn't make sense to fully redo that road right now. But I can say, living in that area, there's a lot of pedestrian traffic from Forest View to Lundy's Lane in order to get to the transit services, people to walk there to get to transit, to get to employment. And it's not very safe in terms of the shoulder of the road and the traffic and the width of the road. I'd suggest to council, similar to what the city did closer to German Village, you could build a sidewalk there that wouldn't be throwaway, that you could invest in now, but still not have to throw that away when you reconstruct the road, which I expect in the future. And I know that the developer would likely be on the hook for the piece up to Angie Road. There's another residential property, and then there's basically the storm retention pond, which is the city's property. So, subject to budget, of course, I'd strongly recommend that the city consider doing that as soon as they can. And then on the stormwater management pond itself, while not specifically referenced in the information you have before you tonight, I'm quite certain that the stormwater for this site outlets to the stormwater management pond, which is along Garner Road. It was the subject actually of modifications with the development of the residential area or the subdivision area that's adjacent to this site. I want to thank city staff. I reached out to give a heads up to CAO Burgess yesterday that I'd be coming. I had concerns that the modifications to that pond are still ongoing, but access is not intended to be public access for that pond. It's not safe. It's not intended for passive use. And it hadn't been gated for quite some time, but actually my wife is out walking and just confirmed that a temporary gate is in place, so I really do appreciate that. We saw kids playing on the ice in the wintertime, and it wasn't safe. With respect to those modifications, just flagged for staff that they had removed some trees to do the work, and they replanted some trees, but I'd say half of the deciduous trees are dead after 2 years, so just in terms of deficiencies, if you could follow up on that. And then finally, just one piece also with the pond. My neighbor is likely going to speak specifically to his, and it has to do with the function of the storm pond and the storm sewer system in that area, which was constructed when my development was built, not for the new development, but has the same outlet. That matter is actually the subject of a claim with the city, so I know legally you can't be speaking to it. That matter has been trying to find resolution since 2021, and I know I can tell factually that the city retained an independent engineer to look at that situation. We met on site. I met with my neighbor to support him in July of last year. I believe the last indication from the city was in October that perhaps a solution is forthcoming, but that's been some time since October, and we're now looking at the 5th summer of fear of flooding in that area. So I just encourage the city to respect the urgency of that. particular thing. So that's it, Your Worship.
Great, well, hang tight. So are there any questions for Mr. Tripp of Council, Councillor Strange?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does this mean we get the region to pitch in for the extra sidewalk, or is that, no?
That's what I heard.
As I indicated, I'm not here in the capacity of the region.
Yeah. Any other questions of council? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else who wishes to address council? Yep, you can just come right up. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, you had someone, I'm sorry, we have someone registered, I'm sorry.
The second and final person that had registered is Tracy Storr.
Perfect, okay, great. And then anyone else who wishes will be able to come up as well. And reminder, that's why there's a clock. I forgot to let you know, 5-minute limit.
Good evening, Your Worship. Good evening, council members. Good evening to the audience as well. My name is Tracy Storr. I'm a teacher here in Niagara Falls, and I reside and live for the last 10 years at 8796 Angie Drive. I was involved in the first time we went through this situation where they wanted to do an extension on Angie Drive. So I can tell you that myself, along with most of Angie Drive, are opposed to this. We agreed through council on when it first came through August 10th of 2021, we agreed to the extension with the understanding that the developer at the time was going to remove the 6 to 8 story building, or it was a 6-story, I think, at the time. And the reason we wanted that is when you looked at the numbers of terms of single dwelling homes and what they had already proposed in their initial plan, that's why we okayed it, because the initial removal of the high-rise building was going to turn into a piece of green space, and that was what was discussed at the meeting. And if you look at the area, and we all know that we are growing exponentially, and I can tell you as a school teacher that there is a ton of growth and there is a ton of need, but in a neighborhood such as ours, we are strongly opposed to something like this. And as your council had mentioned earlier, putting a building like this in a residential neighborhood that we have all been working hard in and living for the last 10 years just seems culturally, and I'm just getting all kinds of feedback from all kinds of people. It's just not what we want. In terms of the January 15th of 2025, I know as a homeowner on Angie Drive, I was not given any sort of notice or any sort of suggestion as to how I could be involved. The only time I knew that this was even remotely brought again to your attention was the sign that was posted on April 14th of 2025. But I can tell you as a homeowner that with even the extension as it is and the current homes that have been in place, on September 23rd of 2023, I was involved as not only a homeowner, but I was involved as a person because I saw a child get thrown off a bike by a speeding car down Angie Drive, and that child ended up retaining broken femur, lots of broken bones, and what have you, and he lost almost the entire year of school at Forestry Public. He still, I think, has difficulties with his walking. Of all the apartment buildings in Niagara Falls, we're just curious as to why you would choose a spot like that, knowing full well that you are located primarily in a commercial section over there where we knew that that was possibly where the developer was going to go. But to go to the very end of my street, which is literally a 2-minute walk, to see this high-rise building, I just look at the traffic becoming more and more cumbersome. If there was anything that the developer could take as consideration back, and the council would also start to look at this, is the idea of green space. There are currently a lot of homeowners that have bought properties, and if you go back to the map where you show Curlin Court and you show all those other homes, some of those people I know from speaking to them have bought those homes with the understanding that their house is going to be built there. And then all of a sudden, April 14th, 2025, this sign gets erected saying that there's going to be a 6-story. There has been some confusion also in the delivery. On one poster, on the poster it shows 6-story building. In today's report, you've presented it as it could be a 4-story, it could be a 6-story. I can tell you unanimously that the people of Angie Drive don't want any story. They would like it to become a green space and continue. And if the developer is open to the idea, because we also talked about why can't we make it continued as a portion of green space and then add a few more townhomes or a few more single dwelling homes. As it is, there's been nothing but construction for the last couple of years, and the steady traffic on Angie Drive has been increasingly cumbersome. I know as a homeowner, it's busy all the time now. So we would just like you to maintain our city and our area of where we live than just making it another area where you can have renters. Like the idea of having a renter, and I'm not painting any sort of picture, but if you drive, I've owned rental properties and I know what I have to go in and take up after the renters have decided to leave. And I know, having my home appraised in the last 6 months, it was appraised at over 800, and I would like, along with all of our other neighbors, to keep our home values. And we're not opposed to having homes for people.
That just means to wrap it up, that's all.
Okay, we would just really, I know from a homeowner and from a teacher and all those things, it's time to build a park.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Storr of council? Okay, we're good. Thank you very much. Oh, no, Ms. Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Storr. So traffic is the major concern?
Traffic is a major concern, and I'll be honest, I don't want everybody that's along we know that traffic, there's the parking, all of these things are the same concerns that some of you had with the previous building project. We have that concern as homeowners on Angie Drive. And I know it's, part of it's deemed residential and part of it's deemed commercial. Like, go to Lundy's Lane. If that's where you want to put all of this, go to Lundy's Lane, because then you can keep our neighborhood and our quiet little spot quiet with green space. And I know, just with being a teacher, everybody's expanding, and I get that, and I'm not opposed to growth, and I'm not opposed to providing homes for everybody and every walk in life. But what I am opposed to is we agreed to go with the Angie Drive extension. We originally were not for the extension. Angie Drive was a dead end. And then when we as homeowners get presented a new project, and then we agree with the understanding that there's never going to be a high-rise building, and if they did, it would have to be done in the future. And okay, here we are, the future, but like a 6-story high-rise in a neighborhood that's got $800 million homes, what are we doing? And we're going to present that to a renting space? I would just rather it stay green space and let everybody that's already there. I love the idea of the sidewalks going from Garner Road. I love the idea of improvement, and I understand there's a lot of construction and things happening, but I think it's just going to overkill what is, in terms of population.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dabrowski?
Through you, a question for Ms. Dolch. Thank you for being
Ms. Dolch.
here.
Oh,
sorry.
well,
I was like,
but relating to this, but
Okay.
you mentioned that you weren't informed, or the residents on Angie Drive weren't informed. Is there a reason why, or were they informed? Which method of communication was used?
Yeah, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So we circulate everybody within 120 meters by mail, so you get a notice in. I don't know exactly how far you are from the subject property.
So
but we can
I'm very
confirm.
close, and I can also tell you, because I went through a period of time, with that mail strike happening in December, as crazy as this sounds, there are still things that I have not received. So I can only assume that there was a problem with the mail, but in saying that, you only got 2 respondents back from the January 15th notice of this is happening. And then the only way that the people of Angie Drive and the people that have already purchased homes they're set to build, they're in the process of building on the area beside it and behind it, was April 14th, when the post date was supposed to go up April 16th. Thankfully, we saw it on the 14th. And we, as neighbors and as a neighborhood, I mean, I have letters upon letters that I could turn in to you, and it's all, I've read through them all, and we all oppose it.
But the dates, they were sent notification, just for clarification.
They don't.
Thank you, Your Worship.
We are all from the neighborhood. And I walk, sorry.
That's right, you're going to get your turn.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
just not yet.
Yeah.
So we're asking staff right now what was done on our end. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so we send notice with it to everyone within 120 meters who cannot post, and we also obviously require them to post a sign on the property. So we have a process system. And one of the reasons, obviously, unfortunately, if they didn't receive notice, I'm going to have to say it's from Canada's Post end. But if anybody wants to clarify that we circulated them, we have lists that we have to keep, so it tells us exactly who the mail-outs went to.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, do you have anyone else registered, Mr. Clerk? No? Okay. So, anyone else who wishes to address council on this? Yes, you can step up. Just state your name and your address, please.
Hi.
And it's 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Xu Fan Cheng. Currently, I live in 8892 Kulak Street. About a month ago, I just purchased a brand new land to be built, brand new house, right? Curling? Yes. And so I drive there every day, and then I noticed that April 14, the day that they post, I know immediately I sent the message to my friend saying, what is happening? Because, and then she showed me all the information. Now, for the last 2 days, I took my 3 kids. We went through 200 to 300 families, single family, for the Fourth View and Kulak Street. 90% of my neighbors did not know anything about it. There might be 10% they know because they drove by and they pay attention, but 90, I hand out 200 to 300 people posts. I made a poster myself, and I said, did you notice there is a rise apartment that building in this neighborhood? None of them are knowing that. So, and like you, I mean, I have a rental house as well in St. Catherine, so I will receive the letters saying, hey, we are building an apartment right here. This is the meeting. Please go to the meeting. But none of us receive anything. 100% sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. You can just step up. Just state your name and your address, please.
Yeah, my name is Ed LaPena, and I live on Kudlak Street. And I'm just concerned about the density increase in the area, because I was informed, I think, last year that I was concerned that a lot of my neighbors were converting their basements to apartments. So they've already changed it that you can have multi-family dwellings now in my area, where initially it was supposed to be single family. So we've already increased the density in our community, and now we're putting a 4- or 6-story apartment building in the area. Just wondering why they wouldn't just relocate it on Lundy's Lane, use some of their lands, because I believe the applicant also owns the rest of the lands up to the corner of Lundy's Lane. So it might be a better, plan to build it right on Lundy's Lane. In addition to, I think this land was initially scheduled for commercial, and right now in that corner there's nothing on that end of the city, so it'd be nice if it was kept for more commercial, like variety stores or some kind of shops and stuff in that area, as opposed to just keep adding more apartments or rental in that area. Yeah, because we're going to increase traffic as well in that area as well. So that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
All right.
Appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. LaPena? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not really to Mr. LaPena, but to Ms. Dolch.
Okay,
Currently, the lands are TC.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, they're zoned tourist commercial, and they're going to a site-specific apartment R5 zone.
Okay, so if they kept it TC, what could they build on it, and how high could they go?
Again, TC allows for residential above. Same thing would apply. Same kind of density. The difference is they would have to have a commercial ground floor.
And they would be able to do Airbnbs as well if it was TC as well, right? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else who wishes to address council? Yeah, sure. Step forward if you just state your name.
Hi, my name is James Fram. I live on 8932 Kudlak Street. I have spoken with many neighbors after you came around with the houses, and I know of no one in our neighborhood that is happy of the idea of an apartment building being built, which we will virtually be able to see. and we will have the density and noise, et cetera, et cetera. If the city wants to approve development that is not commercial, storefront and whatnot there, I would be happy with townhomes, not an apartment. And townhomes, if they're built, have a certain amount of green space built into a development with a townhome. I think it's a total loss of green space. The number of stories we're talking about is going to affect the neighborhood. Everyone I've spoken to is against it. Simple as that.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that wishes to address council? Yes, of course. You can introduce
Hello.
yourself.
My name is Josie Bianco. I live at 6343 Connor Crescent, and I just moved to the area from a very busy street. I lived on Burbank Crescent, which means that my backyard was Thoroldstone Road. I chose this subdivision purposely because it was quiet, and now this proposal of a high-rise building is very concerning to me because the purpose of my moving there was the peace and quiet and not having this extra traffic that I have to be concerned about. And all these, and I'm not trying to be rude, but there'll be lots of children, and they don't have schools. They won't have green space. Where are they going to play? It's just not fair. And I think it's the wrong spot for this. I think residential should remain residential with homes, condos, but not apartments, because it's not built for an apartment building on that corner. It just isn't. It's not going to hold. I don't even know where they would go to school. All the schools in that area are full. My grandson lives in that area, and he has to be bused to a school miles away because there wasn't any room in the schools in that area for him, and they've lived there for 10 years. So I don't understand where would you put these children in schools? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. If there's, yes, yep, if you could step up, yep. Just introduce yourself.
My name is Siu Chang. I live in the fourth build, 8882. Yeah, I think that corner would be good to keep toward commercial for the commercial, because we understand in that, like, the old, right now it's Nona Plus area, it's very busy. It's hard for that big subdivision people to get some surface. For example, like clinic, or some other surface. I think that will be good. And another concern is the high density of the population may decrease the quality of the life. I think it would be beneficial for even the current owner if they do something, maybe single dwelling house, or if they have enough land, do some like small street plaza, it will be better for them and also for surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've got Councillor Lococo and Councillor Newestay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Dolch, I have a question that relates to what Councillor Strange was just talking about. It is allowed commercial on the bottom with residential on the top. How much density can go up to the top? If we're talking 6 stories, 103 units, what would be allowed under tourist commercial through the mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor, and I'm going to actually turn to Mr. Room, but I believe it's around 100. If I can, just give me a moment. He might have the answer readily available.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It kind of falls in a bit of a dead spot for density there. It's not. It falls outside of the Lundy's Lane Satellite District, which does have density requirements. I think a maximum is 150 units per hectare. So it's not in that catchment area, so those policies don't apply. However, you would think that the residential policies would apply. However, it's because it's located in a greenfield area where typically a secondary plan is required to dictate the density requirements. One doesn't exist here, so technically there is no density requirement for the subject lands.
Through the mayor, so technically the property has no density requirements for a tourist commercial that would have commercial on the bottom with residential on the top, but we're asked to go to 103 units as residential. Do I have that correct?
That is, through the mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Newstead?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. All the other presentations we have always talk about the school boards and their comments. I don't see the school board comment, and I bring that up only because the lady here addressed it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So as you know, we're undertaking our Garner West secondary plan. So we have been in contact with the school boards for this general area. We do know, obviously, as we plan our Gardner subdivision, we will be looking for schools in this area.
Okay, so
both elementary and high schools.
So there would be
right now. We're planning for those. We'll look at the school boards will let us know, but right now that's based on the density that we're looking to see in Garner West. We will require additional school facilities.
And one last, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just getting a lot of confusion here. So you're saying that they were all notified, but they're telling us they weren't. So I'm confused as to were these people notified, and why do we have this disconnect happening tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the councillor, I can't tell you that. I can only tell you that we sent out the notice.
To every home in that area?
Every home within 120 meters. So I can only...
Oh, then what does that mean, like 8 houses? Or?
Yeah. And she lived there.
So that's a requirement under the Planning Act. The Planning Act's every home within 120 meters, and then we also put a sign on the property as well to get those people that are a bit further afoot, but we follow the Planning Act requirements.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And I believe they're building 2 schools right now on McLeod Road and Kaler Road.
Yes.
Public and Catholic schools are both being built right now.
Yeah.
On the corner. Any other comments of anyone who hasn't been up here? Is there anybody else that wanted to speak? Yeah, of course you can.
Through you to Ms. Dolch, the Planning Act, I know it's provincially governed, but could the municipality go above and beyond and go beyond the 120 meters?
So we'd have to change our policies in the city, right? We're not gonna, we don't make them on the fly.
No, and I'm looking at this development and I'm seeing, there's one, really, when you look at the development, you look northeast, southwest, there's only one street, not one street, but there's multiple streets affected, but basically Angie Drive runs parallel to the development. It could have been hand delivered if Canada Post was on strike. I'm asking a question for clarification.
We'll ask Ms. Dolch to maybe weigh in on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. So obviously you can change the policy beyond what the Planning Act requires, but right now we don't have that policy in place. There is financial implications to that, obviously, with regard to postage, those kinds of things that we would alert you to, but again, not huge impacts, but it depends how far afoot you want to go and how much we're looking to do. Those are the things, but it would apply to every application. There's considerations. Sometimes some municipalities consider, okay, is there a difference between the urban area versus the rural area in terms of coverage? I've had that asked as well.
Okay, fair enough. And it could be on a case-by-case basis, and I could respect the monetary investment in postage, but it could be a staff person walking up and down Angie Drive or Forest Street.
We have to make policy changes.
I'm just asking the question. I want to clarify for the residents as well, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To that point, a couple of years ago, I did bring this up because we've had a lot of concern that the area wasn't large enough. And if I remember correctly, I think Mr. Burgess, and maybe he can jump in, talked about that if we do make a change and there's issues, and when it goes to OLT, we might have some issues at that point, so we didn't. However, as Ms. Dolch just said, we did make a change to the rural, because 120 meters could be one property and you're not notifying anybody. So we did change that, but I did bring this up a couple of years ago. If we can do that, I'd love to see that, because this is what happens when we don't expand that notification area.
Maybe what we can do when this is done, we can give direction to staff to maybe review that.
I'll put that motion forward, yes, for sure. Thank you.
Any other questions of council? Because everyone's had their 5 minutes, so that's why we can't come back to it. But is there any other questions of council before I close the public meeting? It's your chance to ask your questions. Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Patel?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, no, we have agent there. We forgot their agent, I think. We forgot the applicant. Oh, yeah. But the, the applicant.
I think he wants to speak.
Okay, I wondered, I thought, so my apologies, on the official sheet, it doesn't say anything about the developer, and in some public meetings are different than others, so is this a typo?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
He's here.
Yeah, okay, well then I know what to say.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, next, we'll invite, and so the public meeting is not closed. We're now going to invite up the developer or his or her representative to address council.
Thought I was going to get a freebie.
Sorry for the confusion, everybody. We'll be okay. We'll survive. You state your name?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bellsfields, and we're the planning consultant to the ownership group. And the ownership, we have representatives from the ownership group here as well. I've been involved in this project since the beginning. I'd like to start by thanking both Kira and Chris for their presentations tonight, as well as the information in the staff report. I think they've done a really good job sort of analyzing the key issues for your consideration. I think they've given you the information you need to make an informed decision. Do I just click here? I guess, yeah. Oh.
It's not a slideshow, it's just a PDF.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. In terms of, we heard about the site and surrounding area. I think part of the confusion related to the statutory requirements for notice is that the subdivision immediately east of the site, which is the new road, Curling Crescent, that was built, that connects to Angie Drive, was also built by the same developer. You heard earlier that it originally did have an apartment block on this parcel. We then took it back. It was never planned for a park. It was never denied. We said we would take it back, listen to some of the concerns we heard, and then re-look at the development and bring it forward separately. There was a huge demand for housing at the time, and there was a huge desire for the ownership group to advance that subdivision, and you've now seen it built, which we think is a success story in terms of how this development is occurring. And I think a lot of the residents in the neighborhood are outside of that catchment area, which is why we post the sign as well. And this isn't just an issue for Niagara Falls, it's an issue across the province. So we look forward to hearing how you deal with that process moving forward. We heard about the immediate surroundings. I won't get into it in too much detail. I think what's key is that the property owner also owns lands immediately north, as well as the lands northeast of the subject site. And this is a portion of that site that's being developed as the first phase. You heard earlier that the subject site has 2 designations, so it's designated residential in the Greenfield area, and we're not proposing to amend the official plan. In fact, we actually think it implements the official plan, and that's why an amendment is not required, so we conform to the policies of the official plan, which, as you heard Chris mention earlier, it's directing a full range of housing options in the neighborhood. And if you look back at the air photo, you notice that the majority of this neighborhood is low-rise, grade-oriented housing. And what we're doing is introducing a new form of housing to accommodate a full mix of housing for the residents of this community as well as the residents of the city. And we think it absolutely implements and conforms to the official plan. Next, we turn to the zoning, the other portion of the official plan is the tourist commercial designation, which is along Lundy's Lane, which again, we actually anticipate this area developing and evolving in the future. Currently, it's low-rise commercial uses, and we're seeing a transition along this corridor, which isn't only consistent with this city, it's consistent across the province in terms of how these areas are intensifying. This is identified as a strategic growth area, and we think it really does accommodate a mix of uses, and we do think it really does round out and make the community more complete, which is not only a city goal, but also a provincial goal. I heard earlier this site is zoned TC. And to clarify some of the questions that I think this council had, that TC zone permits building height of up to 12 meters, which is approximately 4 stories. That's as of right, that could be built today for the full range of commercial uses, which you heard earlier includes ground floor commercial with residential above. In terms of the site design, we took some of the comments that we've heard throughout the process, as well as what we heard when we were developing the subdivision, and we started to implement them. There's a couple of really key elements. We're really excited about how this thing was designed. It was designed by a really great architect, Giannoni Pietrangelo Architects. They've done a great job. So Garner Road's to the left, and Angie Drive is to the south. And what we've done is we've pulled the building back a little bit from Angie Drive with grade-oriented units to really reduce the impact to the street with a significant setback of about 6 meters or 20 feet. We've also created 2 access points to the building. So one access point that goes onto Angie Drive, as well as one that will front onto Garner Road. And we're going to get into the details of this site through the site plan process. But what we've tried to do is not create a monster building that's overtaking the site. We've included really generous setbacks of to the low-rise residential units to the east as well as to the south. And then we've also created sort of a framing element around Garner Road. So the tallest portion of the building, the 6-story portion, is along Garner Road, and we've really stepped it down to create that transition to the neighborhood. And in terms of other items we heard earlier, you're looking for green space. There's a lot of green space and amenity built into this. We've included those regulations in the bylaw. We've included a terrace space above the 4th-story roof, as well as terraces along the street frontages where those units are located. In terms of how we formed the building, the architect went through and oriented the building in different shapes, and what they were trying to do is really step it to create built form transition and make sure that the building is compatible with the surrounding area. And I think what you heard from Chris is that it's been designed to really limit shadow impacts, noise impacts, really make sure that it's done in a way that's desirable. This is the ground floor plan. Again, really thinking about indoor amenity space, so communal spaces for the residents, so that you can actually facilitate living within this building. And like I mentioned, there's a significant amount of that space, and we've provided a significant amount of on-site parking, which we're really comfortable with, and is generally in line with your zoning bylaw updates, which are also coming. These are just typical floor plates. I think they're generous unit sizes, and the intent really is to build units for the community so that people can live in and provide that really mix of housing that we're looking for in the community. Architecturally, I think we've done a really great job stepping down the building, creating a really interesting design. We think there's been a lot of effort that's put into the architecture of this building. I'm really excited about the way it looks. These are just some views from the corner. Again, this would be at the corner of Garner and Angie Drive, really showing that stepping and those generous spaces. And then this, again, just really showing that there is a lot of space between the building and the exterior elements of the site, and the underground parking that really accommodate the parking spaces. In terms of key statistics, it's quite a large site, half a hectare in size. The total gross floor area is about 13,000 square meters. And then the FSI comes out to 2.68, which again is a very modest density when you're looking at mid-rise buildings of this scale. In terms of the height, 6 stories, which is about 23 meters in height. And then the range of housing options, we think we've provided a good range of studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, as well as integrated townhouse units, which are larger units. We're trying to provide that mix. We've also got a significant amount of bicycle parking, loading space, and all of that stuff is enclosed within the building so that we're dealing with those elements. In terms of some of the issues we heard about, I think, what we've done to support the proposal, as well as to address some of the comments that we heard, is we've done a transportation impact study. It's been reviewed by your staff as well as the region. It identifies approximately 40 new peak hour trips. So when we talk about impacts, we're really looking at how many more vehicular trips are coming to this site and leaving from this site at the AM and PM peaks, which are those are the busiest times where your road is at the highest capacity. Those 40 trips do not create any unacceptable transportation issues. They've also concluded that there's sufficient parking, 1.1, which is significantly more than what we're seeing across the region. And then in terms of some of the other issues that we heard about, we think that the building doesn't create any built form impacts. We think it's a reasonable building with good sizes. It will provide that mix of housing to the community. And then in terms of the compatibility with some of the uses in the neighborhood, specifically the nightclubs, there are residential units that are closer to those facilities than this building. And as you heard Chris noted earlier, those buildings are also regulated by your city's bylaws as well as their operating licenses. So they have to operate in a specific way, as well as we think we could design this building in a way that really directs and creates that housing that's needed, as well as provides that on-site amenity so that these people aren't meandering to other parts of the city, especially young children. And I think we've really accommodated this, and we've thought about all the different elements of the development. So I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Yeah, thank you very much. Questions for David Folletta? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Folletta, for the presentation. It was curious, you said right now you could do an as of right. How high could you go as of right?
Through your worship to the councillor, 4 stories.
So 4 stories, you wouldn't even have to come to council, as of right?
Correct.
So right now, if you want to go there, you could just start you have an as of right now for 4 stories.
Yeah, through you, your worship.
Could I just confirm with Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, he is correct.
They wouldn't need our approval, anything. No. They could build a 4-story right now.
No, yeah, and I apologize. I was looking at the previous report when I said 6 stories because that's in the TC designation there in the residential designation.
And that could be a Airbnb, right? Because it's TC, right?
Yeah, through your
So you
worship.
could have. So it's like you want you turn this down and you have an as of right if you want to build 4 stories. That's my own concern. So I just want the residents to understand as well.
Thank you. Other questions of council? Councillor Newstead?
Comment through you. I do want to congratulate you on the beautiful design, and backing up to what Councillor Strange said, you could end up with something that's not as pleasing. We see a lot of different buildings. This is a very, very nice building. And the parking, that's very impressive. We see so many times right now where they do not have parking, and that would be of more concern as well. So even with the underground and having more parking than what we normally see, I think are advantages to this design. So I'm weighing both sides. So I'm doing the pros and cons of both sides of this, and I think this design is very good, and I appreciate the parking.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you to Ms. Dolch, just for clarification and consistency, so I'm trying to visualize this in terms of consistency and what's around it. What 4-story or 6-story apartment building is in the vicinity of this proposed development? What's the closest apartment building on? Is there one within 500 meters, 1,000 meters? And I'm looking at the Google map and I'm trying to zoom out and do the lead work myself, but maybe you can chime in and let me know what property that's comparable to this one that's being proposed in front of us is of similar height. Never mind, let's put design behind us, but either 4 stories or 6 stories or even higher, what would be the closest property?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the councillor. And I'd have to look myself on the closest, but right now the closest building that we've actually approved, as you indicated earlier, is the 10-story right across the street.
Not approved and that's why I asked about the Lundy's Lane BIA catchment area. This isn't on Lundy's Lane, it's off of Lundy's Lane. So I'm thinking in terms of residential, and I can't see it, maybe you can either just at a quick glance, but just trying to find an apartment building of similar size that's close to this neighborhood.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just going to check with Mr. Room because he's been out to the site as well, and I don't. Okay, I can keep looking and get back to you if you want to continue to have discussion.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions of council for Mr. Folletta? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, folks, now we can close the public meeting. Thank you. So the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Just one at a time. It's little, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, this is a beautiful building, and yes, they have thought of everything, but I find it's a beautiful building in the wrong area. It's not comparable to surrounding residents. That's my opinion, because if you go on NG Drive, I live on the other side of the NG Drive, pretty further out on the other side of the neighborhood. If you go on NG Drive, they're all single detached houses, and then you go straight to the 4-story or 6-story. There is nothing gradual. Usually they'll have single houses, then they'll have townhouses, and they'll have maybe stacked townhouses and apartment. This is just the detached homes and goes to 4 to 6 stories. So it's not compatible to this area. I personally myself was opposed to 10-story building across the street too, because I didn't think that was compatible to this area too. And traffic is going to be increasing on NG Drive. Last meeting, we had a gentleman who came here complaining about people speeding in the traffic on NG Drive, and we did support him getting a stop signs and speed bumps there. Lundy's and Garner Road, they have a red light camera there. People will be avoiding to go into that intersection. They will always use NG Drive to go from Garner Road to Kaler Road. So that inside street is going to become a major street, and that's not what it is designed for. And that area is always super busy. There's so many children running around playing there. There are public parks. That area is always busy. People are walking their dogs, and increased traffic is going to create chaos. So I personally do not think it's the right building for the right area. So I would like to put motion forward not to accept the recommendation.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Dabrowski to deny the application. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Kerrio, then you, Stagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question. I don't mean to put our planner on the spot, but if we turn this down, his next move is he takes it. And could you see a reason why, from what you see, that it would be overturned and they wouldn't get what they want? Is there a reason that you could use to stop them from putting this building up? Could they come back with a bigger building? Could they come back with 6-story on the whole footprint? And how likely would they be to get that more density approved? So the residents understand the position we're in.
Mr. Olch?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of this application, obviously staff has supported it. So in the end, if it's turned down, obviously council will have to look for a planner to support your decision. In terms of our official plan currently, right now our official plan in the residential area does indicate that high-density residential could be considered in this area subject to a site-specific zoning amendment, which is what they're doing today. In terms of that site-specific zoning amendment, it talks about the proximity to a major arterial road, which again, they are on. So there's a lot of factors in our OP that would support their argument as they moved on to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Who's their argument?
Their argument, yes.
The developers.
The developer's argument.
Councillor Kerrio?
Their argument, and our staff agrees with it. So we would actually have to hire a planner to oppose our staff if we don't pass this. And more than likely, he goes to the next level and gets at least this, if not more density. Because if I was in that position, I'd be asking for 2 stories more on the whole property, not just on the front side on Garner. So I'm...
Councillor Newstead.
Thank you. And to Ms. Dolch, or even our legal counsel, what kind of legal, so we know we have to hire a planner, and what kind of legal costs will we be looking at?
Ms. Piarty?
Thank you. Through the chair, legal costs for litigious proceedings at the OLT are generally in the range of about $10,000 a day for preparation, and anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 a day for the actual days of proceeding, with all the lawyers and the planners there. And now the rules of the Ontario Land Tribunal have changed so that if you are an unsuccessful party in a legal proceeding, you are also responsible to compensate the successful parties' expert costs and legal costs in full.
So your best estimate is, okay, so I just want to, for the residents as well, I want them to understand now that we understand as councillors, because we've been through this before. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and back to Ms. Pignardi, what kind of cost, say the worst case scenario, what kind of cost would it be back to our taxpayers if we were unsuccessful at OLT?
Through the chair, it really depends on the number of days, given the number of witnesses that are involved and the issues. So with the number of days estimate that I gave, and then the cost to incur our own and not have that compensated and to pay the other sides, it would just be hundreds of thousands of dollars if that were to add up. And most hearings are multi-day when you have multiple witnesses, as the OLT really needs to understand what's going on and go through the evidence.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, so how I see the situation right here, we have, and I think it starts from the city followed the rules in the public notice, but however, everyone did not get the public notice. I think there's a lot of people, we know how it goes, people get talking and they get very upset. Is there any way, just going on the basis that the residents weren't given well, if we can expand it, they were given what we were legally required to do, just maybe go back to the process, and if they could collaborate more, obviously the applicant's going to, well, we can't say, but based on the planning principles that Ms. Dolch said, the chances are they could win and it could be worse for the residents. And I think the residents still need to be heard, because we in a democratic process here, and they have not really been heard. Is it possible to defer this motion? I know we've got one on, and they go back and see what they can plan or can come up with as a compromise before we incur all kinds of costs by denying it.
Okay, let's just see if, yeah. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So yes, the council does have the ability to defer, but the applicant does also have the ability to appeal a non-decision in that manner, because they would exceed the timeline that's put forward under the Act.
Okay.
Could you say it a little louder? They could do what? I'm sorry.
They could appeal on non-decision. So what would happen is you haven't made a decision within the allotted time frame, and so they could appeal the non-decision.
How much time, what is the timeline? How much time do we have?
So we have 90 days, so and how many days have we? We're already over the 90 days, so they could appeal at any time at this point.
Okay, thank you. Oh, but we can't. If we, if we deferred it, does that mean the timeline stops, or no? We're in this timeline.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the councillor. No, the timeline, obviously, they could appeal tomorrow if you do a non-decision. I don't know if they will. I'm just advising of what they could do. It gives them that option.
Thank you.
Maybe just to tail on to this question, how likely would they be to be successful if that happens for non-deferral? You've been through this before, for non-decision and or just appealing the decision of council based on the planning report from our staff. How likely, what would you suggest?
Thank you, Worship. So I'll start with the first. So if they appeal a non-decision, what happens? It's called the hearing de novo. So it's really you've taken your decision and given it to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So what happens is it doesn't matter, if you've asked for us to go back and kind of talk to the residents and have further conversation, they appeal, the board, it's put in the board's hands to make the decision. So you're taking out of that decision at that point. In terms of us going, the decision being rendered and it goes to the OLT, again, as I indicated, our official plan does speak to density. It is residentially designated, and it does talk to higher density uses being considered along arterial roads, which is this, and so our OP kind of supports the amendment that they're considering. So again, the board can consider a number of factors. They'd hear from the residents as participants and things like that, but I do want to stress that our official plan is supportive of this proposal at this point.
In your best guess.
Microphone, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in your best guess, you've been through this many times, what would you see the likelihood of the outcome to be?
Through your worship to the councillor, that's a tough question, but I will just based on the policies that we have, the official plan policies, normally you bring your bylaws into conformity with your official plan. So those are the things that we're now to a point of just kind of determining, what is an appropriate type of development. So again, there may be factors, but based on what I've seen from the applicant, they've done a sun shadow study. It meets our guidelines. They've looked at traffic. They've looked at servicing. They've looked at all these things, and there's nothing negatively going on the negative that would kind of lend itself to allow another planner to kind of feed into that. That would be the difficulty. Again, you'd have to see if you could find a planner to support your position.
So what I'm understanding, if we vote against it, through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be likely that we would lose because it goes against our planning policies. We may not even get a planner to support us, and it could cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars, which comes back to the taxpayers and these increased taxes that residents are really struggling with already.
Through your worship to the councillor, that's correct. Those are the things you have to grapple with. Obviously, can you find a planner? It's possible. The likelihood of a positive outcome, I don't know. It's going to be, again, given our official plan policies and the support that's in there, you might see a building reduced. Again, because 4 stories is permitted in the TC, so you might see a 4-story building, but it's going to be tough for a board to determine, and I hate to speak for the board, but it'd be hard for a board to determine that, 4-story apartment wouldn't be something that could be supported when the TC zone already permits a 4-story building. Now you're debating over 2 extra stories, and what's the impact of that? Is there sun shadow? No. Is there traffic? No. So those are the things that they're going to consider.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Kerrio, and then just before I come to councillors, our CAO is going to comment as well. Okay, so we'll go to CAO. I got Councillor Kerrio, Councillor Lococo, then Councillor Patel.
Thank you, and I don't want to put my planner in a tough position, and these are tough decisions. But what we've seen in the province of Ontario, you have to remember that planning decisions, and in fact, a municipality is a child of the province. And planning, and the planning framework is set by the province. And if you've seen what has happened both by the federal government policies and what they're looking for to incent, and what the province has deemed as a framework, they've brought in all these things, including timelines, including strong mayor powers, to get housing going. And though we may not like the fit and form and some of those things, there is a policy objective, that has been outlined by the province. That as a council you may not particularly like, or because it's a change, but that is the provincial policy objective, and they're the ones who set the policy. We are to apply the policies, not to make up the policies, and that's why the OLT is there for that. So, I don't want council to fall into the trap of, and we've seen that with some of our neighboring municipalities, where frankly they spend a lot of money chasing down something that doesn't have a high degree of success at OLT, and that's one of the reasons why they brought in strong mayor powers, was to stop that. And we have neighboring municipalities that have spent, significant portions of their budget to do that. So, that's why Ms. Dolce is independent on these items. She provides a professional opinion on that by applying the provincial policies. We can all, whether we can agree or disagree with the provincial policies, but that's not the decision of council. The decision of council is, does it apply correctly? And that's what we have to, that's what we have to focus our decisions on. So, it might be great to go out and say, well, I don't agree with what was planned, or I don't think this is, in the right area. That's not really within the framework of the decision. It comes down to the planning merits of it as set out by the province. So, and these are tough decisions. It does impact neighborhoods. We are seeing a transition on that. But, I will remind council that, the role of council is to represent interest of the constituents, but it's also to apply the laws of the province correctly. So it is a competing dynamic, and it does make it difficult on council. It does make it difficult on staff. What we try to do as staff, is we try to get the best, as many concessions as possible from the developer, and we work with the developer to try to get them in the best development potential. And you will see things that are changed, and setbacks, and design elements, and parking requirements, and that kind of stuff. So we try to exercise those, and it's got to the point where staff has brought it forward. It's still within council's decision, but just have to remember we're applying provincial frameworks here and provincial planning policies, and not what we think is appropriate, because we will go into that, and you may get into a situation where the end result might not be as good as what was negotiated by staff.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Kerrio, Lococo, Patel, and Strange.
Well, thank you. I think Mr. Burgess articulated it very well, and I think we put our planning staff is in as much of an uncomfortable position as we can. They obviously supported it because they believe it's the right thing to do. They believe that it ticks all of the boxes that the province asks us for to approve a development. So I think if we don't vote for it, it's only because the residents don't like it, don't want it, and I understand it. I understand why. But I really believe that if we don't support it, we're doing them an injustice, because the developer could go back and they could be faced with something bigger and not as nice, and not as having had everything that our staff has put into this one. They may not come back with the same thing. And then we have no say. I think this is the time to say if there's anything that we think we could get more than the staff has gotten, now would be the time to say, let's see, more trees, more grass, whatever. But I think that we need to support this, and I'm gonna, if this motion fails, I'm gonna move to support the proposal.
Okay. Thank you. We got Councillor Lococo, Patel, and Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In all development applications, it's really hard. We have to listen to what the residents say. They're the people that live there. We listen to our staff, their education, their knowledge. The OP does allow it, and that's where I'm sort of going back. There are a lot of things that are as of right, and I do think that our staff have worked hard to get some of those concessions. I've always been told, and this bothers me, is that the OLT works on planning decisions only, not emotions, not likes, not dislikes. They work on planning decisions, and if our staff are saying these are solid planning decisions, I have to look at that. I wouldn't want this where I live either, but I think the province has made the policies so strict that we as council don't have a lot of leeway about where we go. If we say no, it goes to the OLT, and the OLT is a provincial body. So if the province is saying we need more homes, we don't care about this, we don't care about that, do limits, deadlines, we have to follow what they say, and it is very costly. Sometimes I wonder why we're here, because we're just doing what they say, and because it's as of right, I keep going back to that. The only difference of what they could have is a commercial on the bottom and still residential above. Maybe it's not going to look as nice, and they're not going to get the other concessions. And I would not support it to support the residents, but from a planning perspective, I feel like I have to support it.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Patel, then Strange.
Mr. Mayor, to answer, I understand everybody's so worried about the cost of the OLT, but we have turned down proposal even the staff has supported them in previous council meetings. So we can't always just, every proposal, we cannot just say that, oh, OLT is going to cost us quite a bit of money, because we do have to look at residents' feelings, their concerns, and we as a city official, we have to look both sides and make the decision. It is a hard place. It is a hard job to make decisions. Sometimes we do maybe get carried away with emotions. Sometimes we just listen to staff and we don't listen to people. It is a hard job, but we can't always just keep on saying that, oh, OLT is going to cost us so much money, so we cannot go against staff recommendation. We have to look at both sides and make a decision. That is why we are here for. We are here to make decisions on behalf of people. So sometimes we do have to make tough decisions, even though if it costs, because what are we here for then? So that is why I would say I would still like to go through with my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange. Oh, you're good? Okay. Any other comments of council? Okay, seeing none, so we're going to repeat now. We do have a motion for denial, moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. We could.
All right, so the motion, as you just heard from the mayor, is a motion to deny the application. Councillor Baldinelli. Councillor Kerrio.
Opposed.
Councillor Lococo.
Opposed.
Councillor Newestick. Councillor Patel. Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Strange. And Councillor Dabrowski. And Mayor Diodati.
Opposed.
So that is defeated.
So the proposal is approved. Thank you to everybody for coming out tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you can do the math. Councillor Kerrio. Yes, we do. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by, who's going to make the second? Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? In favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you.
Yeah, Your Worship, there was a resident that asked about sidewalks and stormwater management pond. I was just wondering if you needed a motion to have staff bring a report back to council on those two items.
Yeah, Mr. CAO.
If it's possible, I'd like this, I'll take the stormwater management pond as staff direction. We're working on that one currently. I wouldn't mind a motion for us to explore the sidewalk extension, because then that will officially start the work for us to do that.
I'll make that motion, Your Worship, and then I don't know if you want to take a recess after it seems like we lost
No, we
someone.
don't need to. I don't think we need to. Okay. So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we address the retention pond and the sidewalks as well. That's right.
Extension.
Extension, exactly. Yeah, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. What's that? Yeah. Okay, next up, 7.3. Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit prestige employment / industrial uses on the subject lands at 9127 and 9515 Montrose Road. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act on April 8th, 2025. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to the City Council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I'll now ask Chris Room, our Planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and area residents. Thanks for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2023-013 for the lands known as 9127 and 9515 Montrose Road. The subject lands consist of 3 parcels for development. You'll notice a 4th parcel of land as parcel A identified on the location map, and while the lands are owned by the applicant, they're not a part of this application. The land subject to this application can be seen as parcels B, C, and D. The surrounding uses consist of the Welland River to the north, commercial use being parcel D, and a former golf course to the south. The QEW and agricultural land to the east and to the west are the lands of the former Grand Niagara Golf Club, which is the location of the future Grand Niagara subdivision. For background context on this application, it was deemed complete in 2023, but was delayed due to the required revisions to the site plan, further information with regards to the environmental impact study, and the need to identify an overall servicing strategy. The applicant collaborated with staff to revise and resubmit materials beyond the 90-day review period. In September of 2024, an addendum to the planning justification report was submitted prior to the new provincial planning statement taking effect on October 22nd, 2024. This addendum did not address these PPS changes or official plan amendment 147. And under the new PPS and OPA 147, the lands are identified as employment area. Under the PPS, office and retail uses are not permitted within the employment areas. It also needs to be noted that the changes to the PPS, there are no transition policies. So when it came into force and effect on October 22nd, those policies were made applicable to this application. The September resubmission was also where the determination of an overall servicing strategy was identified. The applicant met with city and regional staff and attempted to work out a solution before agreeing to implement a holding provision. The original application included site-specific uses such as office uses, clinics, service shops, and personal service shops, which have since been removed from the application as staff determined that they do not comply with the PPS policies for employment areas, as I had previously mentioned. The applicant's proposal is to facilitate the rezoning of 3 parcels of land from rural agricultural and shopping district to a site-specific prestige industrial and environmental protection area. The amendment will rezone Parcel B to a site-specific prestige industrial zone, bring the existing uses on Parcel C and D into conformity with zoning bylaw 79-200, and rezone a portion of the subject lands to environmental protection area to align with the official plan. A public open house was held on January 10th, 2024, and was attended by staff and the applicant, and no members of the public were in attendance, and no comments from the public have been received for this application, and notice for the public meeting was circulated on April 4th, 2025. The site-specific amendment to the Prestige Industrial Zone includes the following uses: manufacturing, cold storage plant, ice manufacturing plant, laboratories, a public garage, warehouse, a winery, and an office, which is an accessory use to one of the foregoing permitted uses. Additionally, a site-specific amendment is being requested for Parcel C to facilitate the proposed 1-story warehouse with a minimum front yard depth of 8.5 meters to the canopy plus 11.5 meters to the center line of Grassy Brook Road. The proposed zoning bylaw amendments are appropriate for the 3 parcels. The proposal aligns with the provincial planning statement, the Niagara official plan, and the City of Niagara Falls official plan. The proposal promotes industrial growth, protects employment areas, supports efficient infill within an established industrial district, and minimizes urban land consumption. The site-specific PI zone for Parcel C is suitable for the area and consistent with the zoning bylaw, and a holding provision is recommended to ensure a finalized servicing strategy is secured before development proceeds. The applicant has agreed to the holding condition, demonstrating their commitment to meeting servicing requirements. Staff recommend that Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone 3 parcels of land as site-specific prestige industrial zone and environmental protection area zones as described in the report, and that Council authorize the amending bylaw to establish a holding provision until such time as an overall site servicing strategy is determined based on the findings of the infiltration/inflow removal study, removal study currently being undertaken as reviewed and approved by regional and city staff. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Room. Do we have any questions from members of council? None?
That's an easy one.
That's it? Easy one? Okay, thank you. Okay, members of public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will hear from anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Mr. Chair, no one had registered to speak. I see if we go to the gallery to see if there's anyone who wishes.
Sure, if you'd like to approach and just state your name and address. Okay.
So first of all, is there anyone from the public that is here that wishes to speak to this matter? All right.
There's another portion.
Keep reading.
Okay, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Great.
No.
And we did have a bit of a slide deck, if that can come up on this screen.
Okay.
But my name is Caitlin Weber. I'm a planner with MHBC Planning, and I'm joined today by Dana Anderson, who's a partner at our office, as well as representatives from the owner, ES Fox Enterprises, And joining us virtually tonight, we also have attendance on behalf of the architect and the transportation engineer. So just very, very quickly, Chris did a very good job of thoroughly describing our presentation. Just a quick overview of the status. As Chris mentioned, in October 2021, there was a pre-consultation meeting held with the city to discuss the proposed intensification and development of 4 parcels of land owned by ES Fox. Then in November 2023, we proceeded with the zoning bylaw amendment for 3 of those parcels, and those were deemed complete again in November 2023. And shortly after, in January 2024, we held a public open house with city staff. And since then, we've been working with city staff and the region to address comments and update our materials. Key changes over that period include updates to the boundaries of the land zoned environmental protection area, working in collaboration with the region on that. Also updates to the functional servicing and stormwater management reports to address the results from the city's third-party sanitary modeling, as well as the region's comments about the infiltration and inflow, or I&I, that were addressed through the holding provision. And then most recently, we worked with city staff to ensure that the amendment itself aligns with their interpretation and planned implementation of the new definitions of area of employment in the Planning Act and employment area in the provincial planning statement. So that brings us to today, our statutory public meeting, followed by the council recommendation. I won't go over the site location in too much detail, just again highlighting that this application does apply to 3 of the 4 parcels owned by ES Fox, and highlighting that the lands are largely surrounded by the Grand Niagara subdivision development, with the lands on the west side of parcel C being developed primarily for residential uses, and the lands in and around parcel D being developed for residential and mixed uses through that draft plan. Again, highlighting the Niagara Falls official plan. Following OPA 147, the sites are designated dynamic employment area. This permits traditional and lighter industrial uses. And in the Grand Niagara secondary plan, the lands are designated prestige employment, which permits a range of uses, but the focus of which for this application includes prestige industrial. In the current zoning bylaw, the lands are primarily zoned rural agricultural, and a small portion of parcel D is zoned shopping district, and that's in accordance with the Township of Crowland zoning bylaw 1538. And that brings us to our proposed amendment. So the large purpose of this amendment is to bring the subject lands into the city's current zoning bylaw 79-200 and to rezone them to a site-specific prestige industrial zone with portions zoned environmental protection area. The environmental protection area zoning aligns with the boundaries of the environmental conservation area and environmental protection area designations in the secondary plan, and it also builds on those a little bit through our discussions with regional staff. In the prestige industrial zoning, again, it aligns with the current and planned intent for the area with the city's implementation of the new definitions of area of employment in the PPS and Planning Act. And again, we've requested those site-specific provisions to allow existing uses to continue, which Chris mentioned, and to allow for a canopy on parcel C to encroach within the required front yard. And then again, the holding provision for the prestige industrial is based on the region's comments about the I&I, and that will be in place until the servicing strategy can be determined. So short and sweet, that concludes our presentation. We thank staff for working with us throughout this process. Key next steps on our end are to proceed with severance applications for parcels C and D. Parcel C is far more advanced at this stage than the remainder of the parcels. That's the one, as Chris mentioned, is proposed for a warehouse development. And then next steps are advancing the design of the site plans for parcels B and D to align with the new employment area definitions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Weber. Do we have any questions from council? Nothing? Quiet? Councilor Newstead? Okay, well, just 1 second. Just gonna, the public, thank you. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendments is now concluded. Does a member of council wish to make a motion on proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments? Moved by Councillor Newstag, second by Councillor Kerrio. All in favor? And that's approved. Thank you.
Did you want to vote? He's a lot better than you.
Goes faster.
Leave him up there. No, stand up. Leave him up there. Everybody can see him. I need to focus on it before 10. Okay, so we are at reports. So there's report MW 2025-11, Surface Treatment Program Budget Amendment. There are 4 recommendations. Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo has a we got to call in the other councillors. Councillor Pietrangelo, if you want to call in Councillor Patel. Pardon me? Yeah, but they're in there. You can call them in. I'm just saying if you're going out there. Yeah, on the last one, yeah. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange. Did you want to speak in favor? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. 8.2, urgent rural road repairs. There's 2 recommendations that we do some capital repairs for urgency.
I'll move the recommendations, Your Worship, and I just want to say thank you to staff. I was contacted by a couple of residents who you're going to make very happy, especially in the Willock and Ort Road area. I mean, I know that subdivision was designed so that people would use Lions Creek Road and then Sodom, but that's not really what's happening. I think they're turning right on Old Stanley Avenue and then going down Rexinger and then coming in the back way of that subdivision. So Ort and Willock really take a beating. So I know they're going to be happy to get it restored, Your Worship. So happy to move that one.
Okay, actually, I think they're out there today doing some repairs.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I got some calls on that too. So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second. Sorry, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 8.3, graffiti action plan. There are 4 recommendations of our staff. Looking for a motion to approve. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio. Although, did you want to speak to it? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question. $3,000 each. I had a couple residents contact me and wondered what the $3,000 was. They felt that that was a lot of money per one utility box. What is it? Is it the make of the material that's on it? Is it the size of the box? Is it paying an artist? What does that $3,000?
Yes, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, that is the actual cost that has been incurred on some of the other ones that have been placed on there. So that's what they use the estimate. It's the material that's on it. And I actually have forwarded to Mr. Stika. There's some other companies. He's not here. I'm pointing to empty space, but I did forward to Mr. Stika today some other potential options for material. But that's we have a couple of boxes that were done by one of the BIAs, and that was their cost. So that's what we copied on.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, through you, maybe Mr. CEO. So is this program throughout the city or certain street are covered? Like, is it, do they get rebate for cleaning the graffiti throughout the cities or certain major streets?
Thank you. The rebate would be for individuals where the graffiti is on the private property, so it wouldn't be for any particular streets. We cap it, so it'd be kind of on a first come, first served basis for that. So the one $15,000 is for private properties that we don't own, just to be clear. So that's so it would be anywhere in the city.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, 8.4, matters arising from Municipal Heritage Committee. Request to designate 6103 Culp Street. There are 3 recommendations. Yes? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, I think we're on the right one, Your Worship. I just wanted to say thank you to the committee. The report was long, but what I liked...
Can I get a second first?
Oh,
you made
sure.
the motion, second by Councillor Lococo. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you.
What I was going to say is what I liked about the report is I think the last time that council was asked to designate a property, there was an acknowledgement from the owners, and that was part of this report. So I just wanted to say thank you. to the committee for.
The staff wrote it, she's on the front bench there.
There you go. Ms. Hannah, yes, thank you. I did see her. But anyway, yeah, just to thank you, Your Worship, to the committee. I think it goes a lot better. Like, I want to designate properties, but I also want to designate properties that the owners want designated. So it's obvious that this one, the owners wanted it designated. So I'm sure it'll go through.
Agreed. Councillor, did you want to speak to Councillor? No? Okay. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 8.6, B'nai Tikva Congregation Agreement.
8.5.
Did I miss? 8? Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a couple that are being removed because they were burnt.
Oh, right, okay, so 8.5, so we're going to remove some properties. There are 2 recommendations that need a motion. Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Now, 8.6, B'nai Tikva Congregation Agreement. There are 3 recommendations regarding their cemetery. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Consent agenda. Councillor Lococo, did you want to deal with some individually?
Yes, I'd like to pull 9.2 and 9.3, please.
So let's just deal with those ones. So 9.2, excuse me, notice of trespass?
Yes, 9.2, notice of trespass. It talks about if a person has a weapon, that they only have 2 years that they can be prohibited from coming on the property. I had a resident that called me that was very upset that our staff could be threatened with a weapon and they can come back 2 years later. Is there something in the law that specifies 2 years, and then if a second occurrence, that it goes up from there? But is there not a permanent ban if they come in with a weapon?
Good question. I don't know, Ms. Pignarti, did you want to deal with that, or would that be Mr. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, this follows the standard of some other municipalities' trespass policies, but it's important to know that the trespass is just one regulatory scheme. There's also the criminal code that the police enforce. So that would be over and above the municipality's attempts to regulate trespass. And any limitations on a ban from the municipality's limited regulation should also be informed that we cannot, because we are a government for the public, we cannot permanently ban somebody, but the police can. Their charges and their prosecutions can achieve that end. It's just that the municipality can't do the same.
Okay, thank you. And I know that within the report it talked about that we couldn't ban people if they had to pay their taxes or pay their water bill. I understand that. It just seemed to me and the resident that maybe there should be a stricter penalty if you come in with a weapon, but I can see how the criminal code and other legislation might deal with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and then 9.3, the stormwater management. In the report it says receive. On the consent agenda it's saying approve. It doesn't really matter. I think we should approve it anyway, but it does say receive in the report.
Okay, did you want to, oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to end up approving it anyway.
Approving it
right?
anyway, yeah.
Okay. You want to make the motion for the consent? Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve the consent agenda. All those in favor? That's approved. And just quickly, non-union bylaw, notice of trespass policy we just dealt with, stormwater management collection system we just approved. Finance, cancellation, reduction, or refund of taxes. The further updates to the city's non-parking administrative monetary penalties, our AMPS program. So now we go to 10, communications and comments of the city clerk.
I would move recommendation 10.1 to 10.15.
To 10, unless we have any to be lifted, just give me a second. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 10.10, the service dog, and refer that one to staff.
Oh, right.
Okay, so 10.10?
10.10, yes.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we refer 10.10 to staff. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And then Councillor Pietrangelo motioned the rest, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, that the rest are all approved. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And really quickly, to run through them, noise bylaw exemption for the Irish Festival at Fireman's Park, noise bylaw exemption for St. George Serbian Hall for their events, proclamation flag raising for the National Accessibility Week, in May. Proclamation request for Moose Hide campaign in May as well. Proclamation request melanoma and skin cancer awareness in May. Proclamation flag raising request Seniors Month is June. Proclamation request Indigenous Survivors Day National Blanket Ceremony in June. Flag raising request Children's Mental Health Awareness May. Flag raising request Franco-Ontarian Day September. Proposed amendments to the bylaw for which we already dealt with, that's been referred, thank you. Seniors Advisory Committee, request for a city councillor, that's been approved. Proclamation Declaration Mountain View Lemonade Day, June the 7th. 10.13 is, yes?
The seniors one, is that to approve?
Councillor.
We haven't decided who, and if you want to be it.
Well, I was on it previously, if somebody wanted to make a motion.
We'll tell you what, why don't we, let me run through these.
I'll make a motion that Councillor Dabrowski be.
Tell you what, let me just finish, I'll just read these and then we'll come right back to you.
Yeah.
I'm on a roll here. Now I don't know where I am, what day it is. Is my mic on?
13. We're at 13.
Okay, yes. Bulgarian Alphabet Education Culture Day in May. The special occasion permit noise bylaw exemption Misty City Music Festival in September. And the proclamation request Niagara Shriners Week in June. So now I'll go to Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that Councillor Dabrowski represent the city on the seniors.
Rookie mistake.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that Councillor Dabrowski represent the city on the Seniors Advisory Committee, Your Worship.
Okay, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? All right, you're on.
Thank you.
So 11, communications and comments of the city clerk, recommended for information. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 11.1, I'd like to pull out the resolution from Grimsby about manufacturing emergency response vehicles.
Sure, let's deal with that one.
I was wondering if the deputy chief could let us know, is this something that we should be looking into with all the tariffs and everything? Why wouldn't we support this? Is there another program in place?
Mr. Deputy Chief.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. We're looking at all kinds of angles to save money with the tariffs and, trying to focus on fire vehicles if we can, Canadian-made, less tariffs and all that. At the end of the day, there's, I can't say for sure there's manufacturers strictly in Canada that we can, focus on. It's like the automobile sector where, some parts are made in the States, some parts are made in Canada. Could be a Canadian company that's sending parts over and it's back and forth. So we're doing our best to, look at every angle to save monies when purchasing vehicles in that matter. But to say strictly Canadian, I don't know if we can say that for certain, but we're doing our best to, look at all possibilities to save some money.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So.
I would move 11.1 through 11.6.
For receiving. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And just quickly, the resolution, Town of Grimsby manufacturing of emergency vehicles made in Canada. City of Cambridge request redistribution of provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities. Resolution, Town of Tecumseh, expansion of strong mayor powers. They don't want them. 2025 Ontario Senior of the Year. We've put in a nomination, and correspondence from the Niagara region. I know our CAO wanted to speak to that item. Mr. CAO? Okay, and lastly, correspondence from Niagara Transit Commission, annual report Q1, and commingled stats, and then now we'll come back to our CAO to comment on Niagara regional correspondence.
Yeah, I would just point out that correspondence, it's with regards to debt limits, and it is an issue that will significantly impact this municipality and other municipalities in the region. When you have some difficulty sleeping, you may want to read that report. But at the end of the day, we have bumped up, and I say we, it's all the municipalities in the region, including the region, we have bumped up against the limit for Infrastructure Ontario, which is one of our major debt, where we go for debt for capital items. And we're bumping up against a lit from Standard & Poor's, which when we go out into the open market for debentures, to get debt to do whatever we're doing with our capital projects, which may increase the cost that cities in the region are going to pay for debt. We are looking at various strategies, including, maybe using more cash on hand or having less cash on hand and deferring some of the debt. But it will be a critical issue, especially when you look at some of the things that we have on the agenda coming up, including a replacement for the Chippewa Arena and Community Center. When you look at the need for another service center in the south end of the city, when you just look at our capital program that we have, the ability to go and acquire debt's going to, and if we can't go easily to the market to get that, it's going to be difficult for us. This has nothing to do with our ability to pay. We are in good financial shape. It's the ability to actually have someone fund us the debt. And it's not just going to impact Niagara Falls, it impacts every municipality in the region.
Any questions? Yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. So in our number is around 15 million. So is the new Chippewa Arena portion of it part of it?
No, that's not even included at this time.
Okay, so one more question on Arena. Have you heard anything back from provincial, federal to see any grants we'll be receiving from them?
There's always that potential. I would say that arenas and whatnot are not necessarily aligned with the priorities of the provincial or federal government at this time because of other challenges. So I think that's something that's gonna, that's something that we're gonna have to deal with. We have to look for more alternative financing options and funding options for that.
Thank you. Only reason I asked you is because there's so many people excited about taking the survey that was out there. That is because I just spoke to someone day before yesterday and they took the survey. So that's why I just brought it up to see where we are at. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. So now we are looking to ratify the in-camera, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Before we jump on to in-camera, let's just tie up a little bit of loose ends about some communications from the city clerk. It's not on the agenda, but there was some previous direction from council to go out for a couple of advisory committees of council that had some vacancies. The first one is the Downtown Advisory Committee. There are currently 2 vacancies that exist on that committee. Staff did put out a call to fill those vacancies, but looked no further than our October 24th application process, where there were 3 applicants that were not appointed to the committee. So staff felt that of those 3, at least 2 could be considered. And I'm just wondering what the will of council is, if we decide to look to appoint 2 of those, or perhaps consider all 3.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'll just put a motion on the floor that we raise the number of participants on the downtown committee so that we can include all 3 applicants.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. Is there any discussion to that decision or motion? Sorry. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for opposed. Yep, unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
So just for the record then, we'll have a bylaw at the next council meeting to appoint Antonio Baraka, Kat Thygard, and Chris Byrnes. They would be the 3 that would be added to that committee, and then staff will also adjust the terms of reference then to up that from 9 members of the community to 10 members.
Okay, great. So now we go to in-camera. Or no, is there more unfinished business?
So one other committee, the Seniors Advisory Committee, did have some vacancies. In fact, there's currently only 7 members there. So their staff deemed 2 seats to be vacant. The terms of reference do say 8 to 10, and we did distribute some ballots across the room earlier this evening. looking for council to vote for up to 3 members. The reason why we did that is it does stay on there up to 3.
Okay.
And the reason why we're doing it by way of ballot is because it'd be very hard to try and go
Did you
through
already hand them
19 different applicants.
I didn't hand mine in, and I didn't, so well, so can I just suggestion, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Well, the council, I know there was discussion amongst councilors that we're gonna raise the number up to 12. So I don't know if you wanna do that, and then that would be 5.
So you could vote for, if we're going to raise that to 12, then you could vote for up to 5.
Yeah, I think so.
And I hadn't
'Cause- and I
collected
still
all
have
the
mine, I didn't even have it in, I still forgot about it. Huh? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna need a motion, Councillor Strange, okay, Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Strange. You're gonna make a motion that we increase, pardon me, to 12. Seniors Committee to 12 members, up to 12. We'll call the vote, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Yes, 5, up to 5. Yeah. Chris, what hotel are you at? This car, that's what it's called on next to the Hilton, right? Wyndham, my cousin's asking. Wyndham? I don't know. Wyndham what? Grand? Okay. Oh, you never know. Maybe you throw me under the bus or something. I mean, it's all good. It's all good. Fine. You're the fastest speaker ever had. You're the fastest. I know. I was speaking as always. This is right.
It's okay.
great.
Sorry, I told you guys for dinner with friends, I couldn't make it, sorry.
I wish I would have went either.
Okay, just to bring to everyone's attention, after counting the votes, I'll state that it's unofficial since I did it so quickly, but I think the margins are big enough here that we do have 5 clear vote getters here. So keeping in mind that we're going from the 7 current and then adding 5 more to bring that complement up to 12, and the staff will adjust the terms of reference as such. The 5 current applicants out of the 19 that applied that would be appointed to the committee are as follows. First one, April Petrie, and in no particular order. Next one, Debbie Felicetti. Catherine Heyer Simmons. Next one is Paul Bradford. And then lastly, Michael Robert Burnett. And again, those 5 would be added by way of bylaw at the next meeting to make it official. But technically, staff will be reaching out in the meantime, since under tonight's consent, or sorry, under tonight's comprehensive bylaw that will be passed later this evening. Technically, they are appointed, and we should get a motion of such as well.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag.
Love when he says that.
I do. That we approve the 5 new selections for the Seniors Committee. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Now, we're going to ratify.
Okay, so for ratification, there were a few other matters that were discussed in camera. The first one regarding an OLT matter, there's just direction to staff given there. We dealt with the committees. There was 2 educational components regarding some planning matters. And then lastly, further direction to staff regarding a proposal for medical recruitment to the city.
Okay, motion to approve by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, I was opposed to the one.
Okay. With Councillor Lococo being opposed to the one item? Okay. So now, we go to notice of motion and new business. So Councillor Lococo, looks like you've got some notices.
Thank you. Sorry, they're all on one meeting. They just all sort of came. The first one is the community meeting. We've been receiving a lot of phone calls, emails, and our staff respond to the resident and tell them what we can do, what we can't do. Oftentimes, the agencies, the stakeholders are also included in the emails. It could be the police, the core unit, Gateway, the region, and everybody's included. Some people respond, some people don't respond. I find it very challenging that we're having so many of these emails, and they cover a lot of things from homelessness, encampment, shelters, mental health, addiction, and crime. They're sort of all bundled up into one thing. And I thought rather than talking to everybody individually, why don't we have a community meeting with all of those people that I just talked about, Nassau, Gateway, the region, all of those stakeholders.
Tonight's just your notice, right?
Yes, I'm just giving
Okay.
you the notice. So that's why I thought about having a community meeting with the residents and all of those people, and then we can tell the residents what we can do, what we can't do, what's provincial, what's region. So that's my notice of motion, and I'll bring it up at the next meeting.
Okay, so tonight's just a notice, but I don't know. Yeah, well, no, you can't, like, because she did talk up to it a little bit. Did you want to say something? Or do you want, so it's going to be dealt with at the next meeting, so it's, well, Mr. Clerk, what can we do? What can we do?
Then you have to amend the procedure.
Yeah.
Yeah, in trying to keep
Next
with the
meeting's
procedural
fine.
bylaw, the notice of motion is brought forward so it doesn't catch anybody off guard or by surprise. It gives everybody a chance to think about it and gives the public an opportunity to come forward at the next meeting should they want to make a delegation request. And then it's dealt with and debated at the May 27th meeting.
Yeah, that would be good.
Just on that point, Your Worship, procedurally, I'm just wondering why we actually speak the notice of motions. Like, the notice of motions are here for us to read.
Yeah.
Everyone can actually read the notice of motions. If we're not actually going to discuss it tonight,
Yeah,
why does the person who puts forward the notice of motion, it's just a question. I mean, you know, I would be in the same boat. But I just don't understand why we get up and we speak to it tonight, and then Councillor Coco's going to say the exact same thing next meeting. I just thought procedurally, like if the notice of motion is there, everyone gets to read it, and then next meeting, we actually start to talk about it, right?
Yeah, I would liken it to the same reason why the mayor reads off everything that was approved on the communications item, just so that the public is aware of what it is you're putting forward. And then that way, if there's a member of the public that are either in attendance or watching the meeting that didn't read the agenda, now has some knowledge of what's coming forward at the next meeting. We've been doing that recently for notice of motions, just to allow the council to introduce, not to debate or discuss in any great detail.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to move on to the next one? 13.2, the trailer bylaw. Last year, a resident contacted me about a tool trailer. It's one of those enclosed trailers that they put their tools in and they go back and forth from work. And he was getting an enforcement notice from our bylaw. In this term, we've put forward a trailer bylaw, which most people think of an RV as a trailer. We weren't really thinking about those other types of trailers. After I brought up about the tool trailer, Councillor Patel brought up one of those utility trailers where it's open and you put, you know, branches in and take them to the dump or whatever. Same issue, that one bylaw covers all trailers. There wasn't distinctions between uses and types of trailers. And in speaking to our staff, I found out that there's multiple bylaws that address trailers. So my motion was basically to review the types of trailers, the current bylaws that we have. Some municipalities actually tow trailers away, and some municipalities use amps for non-compliance. And my motion is just for staff to bring back a review of all of those things, and the other things maybe that I haven't listed, but might be applicable. And the last one was specialized transit. At our accessibility committee meeting, one of our members brought up that she tried to book the specialized transit to go to Fireman's Park to one of the city's held events, and they told her it was outside the urban boundary. And then she talked to me, and I thought, no, it's not outside of the urban boundary, but technically it is. The urban boundary goes Mountain Road and Dorchester Road. So being that Fireman's Park is a city-owned park, even though the firemen lease it, and a lot of our events are at Fireman's Park, we talked to Niagara Region Transit to ask them what was the best way. I talked to our transportation staff, and the Niagara Regional Transit staff helped me craft this motion, basically saying for the council to pass a motion for Niagara Regional Transit in their strategic plan, their next master plan, and in the budgeting process. So that was that one. And then the last one was just earlier today, we talked about the notification for the Planning Act, direction to staff to look at for residential to increase that 120 meters.
Got it. Okay, super. Thank you. One thing I was gonna ask, now that one, was that gonna be just direction to staff, or is that, did you wanna make that?
That's what somebody said. Was it you or
Jason, I'm not sure. What do you prefer, Mr.
Well, it's under new business.
Motion's
fine. It's a notice of motion. It'll come.
Okay, it'll come back. Okay.
Okay,
fair
thank
enough. Okay, I've got Councillor Newstag and Patel.
I'd like to add a couple of notice of motions as well. They're not written, so I will submit them. The first one, I've been contacted by a number of residents in Chippewa regarding the hole in the ground. They've been very patient, but now and I think it's come to light because the discussion on the Stanley Avenue and the Ferry Street. So they're very disappointed that nothing has been done. They find it a complete eyesore walking into or driving into the village of Chippewa, and they're very concerned about the safety and the garbage. In addition to that, I also had a letter here when I came tonight, kind of piggybacking on that same discussion about construction sites and how unappealing they are. They collect a lot of garbage. They just look like rundown areas until construction's there. So, and not just in the tourist, like they were saying that we're hard on the tourist area, but it's all through the city. So, kind of combine together this one motion about getting a direction from staff or an update from staff what can be done and what will be done regarding the hole in the ground in Chippewa, because something has to be addressed. Secondly, I've received a few more calls from convenience store owners where we now have able to sell beer and wine in convenience stores. They're asking if we can have a letter sent to the province asking if we can. Right now the laws are you can sell beer and alcohol from 7 a.m. in the morning to 11 o'clock at night, and they're saying it makes more sense. People aren't buying it at 7 o'clock, but being a tourist town, at 11 o'clock at night they might be coming back from the casino or something. They like to get some wine or beer to take to their hotel room, and the stores are closed. So they're asking if we can do a letter citing the fact that we are a tourist town and that we can look at doing that. And the third one,
Did you have hours you had in mind?
yeah, they want to go to 1 o'clock in the morning.
1 a.m.?
Yeah, so they'd rather it be 9 in the morning as opposed to 7 and to 1. So if they can only have so many hours, they'd like to add that. And
for convenience stores to sell alcohol?
Like all across the city?
All across the city, or if not even in just all across the city, but predominantly in the tourist area, because it will also appeal to the tourists. And the last one was this evening we recognized Mr. Mills for his act of bravery, and because he had CPR training. So it's time and skill that saved that person's life. So I don't know, is that something that we should look at, having CPR training for city staff? We have a lot of staff, and if we were saving lives, I don't know the cost, I don't know the time, but if we can have some discussion regarding that, because we can save people's lives. And I don't know how many staff do we have employed through the city?
Over 700?
700 or 4,000?
Over 700.
Oh, okay, but just some, if people want to sign up, if it's not too costly, and then maybe who knows who would be ever in a situation again. When you think about it, our city staff is deployed all across the city, and things may happen. So, just another motion. Those are my three, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
I just want to add that the Council News, they do. That all city staff for the municipal work staff that drives around in the city.
I don't know the cost or the time, so we have to be, but if we can have something that, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Do you have any?
Yeah, and the new business, earlier we discussed about strategic planning for the Lundy's Lane area. For us to have a council to have a meeting, and then maybe we can bring something forward. We can all work together and see where we're going with that.
Okay.
And
you're for notice, it's a notice.
It's a notice of motion.
Yep, okay.
And one more thing is,
Councillor.
To that? Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Will we invite the BIA as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that will be, the staff will come up with the forum, what we have
Okay,
to do.
thank you.
Like, they will look into what we have to do, not just us, yeah. And second thing is, in our city, since I got elected in the last 2.5 years, there's lots of time we give direction to staff for the report. But sometimes it doesn't come till 2 years later. I remember Councilor Dabrowski gave a direction for report, and it came this term. So is there some timeline we can work up with? Or if we can, I will just leave it to the staff.
to come up with some kind of timeline, so even staff is aware that they have to bring it back in certain time.
It's a good idea to,
Yeah.
to ask in the motion, to ask for a timeline.
I would like to ask for motion, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I remember, because we talked about the trailer, Councilor Coco's notice of motion, I remember I brought it forward in August 2023, and no report came back, and now the motion came in, so I wonder if we can give a direction, if you're asking for report, we should have some timeline, even for the staff, to guidelines for them to when to come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, it's just notice.
It's notice.
Yeah, so you're done. Yes, Councilor Coco?
Just to that about the staff, sometimes we do give direction to staff, and then when something's not coming forward, I ask staff and they say, oh, well, we didn't have a direction, or there was no motion. And I think that's why some of the things are falling through the cracks, because that one specifically, we were told there was no motion. So then that's why this motion came, because we thought something was coming back.
Fair enough. And I got Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to bring up the issue of tandem parking as it relates to residential units. And I mean, maybe I can ask through you to Ms. Dolch whether or not my understanding is correct. There's been a couple, or I think there's been a few applications that have come down to Committee of Adjustments in the last year that have separate units with tandem parking. So that could mean that you and I live in a up and down duplex. They're two separate units, and you have one parking spot in the garage, and I have a parking spot behind you.
In the driveway?
In the driveway, exactly. So they allow tandem parking for separate units. That's in our zoning bylaw. I just want to ask if that's correct, through you to Ms. Dolch, and if so, maybe we could just get a short report to council, because I think it's something that we should look at in our zoning bylaw. Like, I agree with it in terms of single units, but when you have separate units, I mean, if you got to go to work in the morning and I'm on midnights.
I take your car?
Exactly. Well, I don't know that I'm giving you my keys, but anyway, I'll pass it through to Ms. Dolch, and maybe she can tell me whether or not that's correct.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So that is correct. We do allow tandem parking in certain situations. One, for example, is accessory dwelling units. So definitely we can come back, obviously with the report. It should be a motion, just so that we don't forget, or
With the deadline.
needs to note in council agenda. But yes, we can definitely come back and provide further commentary on exactly where tandem's permitted and where it's not permitted, so that you have more information.
Yeah, and I was going to wait, Your Worship, until we did the zoning bylaw, because I know that we're doing the official plan right now, and then we're doing the zoning bylaw right after. But I don't know that the zoning bylaw is going to have as short of a timeline as the official plan is. So I just think that there's a lot more comments with the zoning bylaw, and a lot of times it's harder to get that zoning bylaw through. So that's why I thought I would bring it up now, and you know, perhaps council can have a look at it. If they're happy with it, then we leave it.
Plant the seed. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you, through your mayor. Just through planning as well, a question regarding parking trailers with adjoining driveways. So sure, you have one and there's no fence in between. I just wanted to know if there was anything for distance away from the line. So if you had a trailer, for example, with the trailer incident, we have one by my place, and it's opening up to a doorway exiting a building. Is there a distance, like, you know, if it was a single story, you'd have 3 feet, 2 feet? I don't know if it applies to a driveway if the trailer was parked in it, so I'm just looking for an answer to that.
Yep, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. I may have to get back to the councillor on that. I quickly looking at the bylaw here, the actual separation distance for trailers, but I don't see anything here, so I don't believe there is anything, but I don't want to say positively. Just based on what I'm seeing here, we control trailers in terms of the maximum period it can be there for, those kinds of things, but I don't see a distance at this point in time, but I'm looking very quickly.
Okay, any other notices or new business? Okay, motion for adjournment? Councillor, oh my God, the bylaws. Thank you. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, that's conflict.
In camera first, too.
No, we finished. We finished.
Yeah, we
got it done. You guys are testing me. I know. And you almost got me. And now motion for adjournment, Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you.
Awesome.